Chapter 4150. This is what Junior should do. Yang Chong hurriedly said with a smile. After all, Junior is a disciple of the Misty School and a cultivator of the ruins. Xiao Hua nodded and looked around. Finally, his gaze fell on Vice Head Lien and said, Vice Head Lien, this Xiao already knows about the news brought back by Yang Chong. This matter is indeed troublesome, so the fewer people who know, the better. Leave the necessary people behind, the rest can leave first. Yes, Junior understands. Vice Head Lien invited Xiao Hua in, not necessarily without the intention of pulling the banner. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he looked left and right. Only 2 of the cultivators were left, and the rest were allowed to leave the hall. Xiao Hua looked at the disappearing figures of the crowd with a sneer on his face. Needless to say, the ones who were gossiping behind their backs were definitely some of these cultivators. Vice Head Lien probably also knew the meaning of his words, so he indirectly revealed the Misty School's intention to Xiao Hua. After Vice Head Lien activated the hall's restriction, Yang Chong told him about the Great Desolate Star outbreak. Although he repeatedly emphasized that this news was not confirmed, Vice Head Lien and the other 2 Misty School cultivators' faces still turned ashen. Although there were many groundless rumors in this world, how could this kind of news that could wipe out a star field, a world surface, casually appear? Vice Head Lien looked at the 2 cultivators who were also dumbfounded and asked Xiao Hua, Taoist Xiao, what do you think about this matter? Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, this Xiao has never encountered such a thing, and this Xiao has never heard of it. The reason why this Xiao stayed, besides Yang Chong, was to see if your Misty School has any countermeasures. After all, this Xiao also has a group of disciples who are facing such a calamity. All right. Vice Head Lien was a little disappointed. He turned to the other 2 cultivators and said, Taoist Xiao, this matter cannot be decided. Junior needs to ask Sect Head to come out of seclusion, and go. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if Sect Head Lu has any good ideas, my fortune gate may be able to benefit from it. Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Yang Chong stood up apologetically and left with the 2 cultivators, leaving only Yang Chong to accompany Xiao Hua in the hall. Xiao Hua glanced at Yang Chong and asked meaningfully, at this point, do you have any regrets? Yang Chong smiled and said, actually, Junior had already regretted it a little when we were in the demonic array. After all, if this Junior didn't personally send a message back, this Junior wouldn't have fallen into this hopeless situation. Speaking up to this point, Yang Chong's tone became heavier. When this Junior met Yang Haoya and the juniors of the Misty School, this Junior's regret was already gone. Junior's life and death are no longer important. As long as Junior's nephew can survive, Junior is already satisfied. Sigh, that's right. Xiao Hua sighed. This is the difference between our human race and the devil race. A spirit will pass on the torch. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out a jade bottle. He usually had some injuries, so he wouldn't take too many pills. But this time was different. The 2 demon emperors were too strong, and the injuries in his body couldn't heal for a long time. He had no choice but to rely on the strength of pills. After Xiao Chen finished eating, Yang Chong asked with concern, Senior Xiao, are your injuries serious? My Misty School's healing pills are also famous in the ruins. Hee. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Your Misty School's pills may be famous, but they may not be suitable for this old man. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out a few jade bottles. The jade bottles fell in front of Yang Chong and said, these are the healing pills this old man refined. Take them. Yang Chong was overjoyed. He hurriedly took them and carefully put them away. Then Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked, Yang Chong, if we can repel the devil race, even without the transmission array, the cultivators of the ruins should be able to escape this star explosion, right? Yang Chong was slightly stunned and said with some confusion, what does Senior mean? This Junior doesn't understand. What this old man means is, the transmission array of the ruins seems to have been destroyed by the devil race. Even if the devil race is defeated, the cultivators of the ruins can't rely on the transmission array to leave the ruins and go to other star fields. Then, can they rely on the flying boat or flying their physical body to escape this disaster? Xiaohua still didn't understand flying in a star field. Thinking about his previous encounter in the demonic array, he had this doubt. Although Yang Chong was a little surprised, he still explained, "Senior should know that flying through the star field is not as simple as you think. First, there is no heaven and earth origin energy in the star field. Human cultivators can only rely on their own abilities and can't fly too far. Second, the star field looks very peaceful, but there are many dangers inside. Spatial cracks, dust storms, or strange beasts in the starry sky. None of them can be dealt with casually. Third, there is no direction in the star field. Even if you have a star chart in your hand, it is not easy to find the right path. If you have a flying boat, it may be better than flying with your physical body. However, ordinary flying boats are not much better than cultivators, let alone crossing realms." Xiaohua listened thoughtfully and nodded from time to time. The difficulties of flying in the starry sky mentioned by Yang Chong were nothing to him. Although he had never really flown in the starry sky, he could recognize the direction in the void, so he should be able to do the same in the starry sky. Moreover, he had a star chart. The only difficulty now was the danger in the star field, and whether he could fly out of the moon god realm before the arrival of the star field. While Xiaohua was thinking, the vice sect master came in with 2 more cultivators. Wuxia was not among them, but at this time, the 3 cultivators no longer had the previous panic on their faces. Instead, it was replaced by a slight smile. It was obvious that they had a card up their sleeve. "Oh!" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Could it be that Sect Master Lu already has a countermeasure?" Heh. Yang Chong nodded and explained, "My sect master said that even if the star field comes, it will be thousands of years later. Why are we panicking now? Moreover, my sect master also complained that the star field came too late. If it came now, all the devils would be killed by now." Xiaohua was surprised and asked, "Sect Master Lu seems to have the confidence to escape from the star field? She is still in seclusion? The current crisis is that the devil race is besieging us. My sect master naturally has to treat her injuries first." A cultivator at the side said with a smile, "But Senior Xiao doesn't need to worry. My sect master has already agreed to let Senior and the disciples of the Fortune Gate use our Misty School's secret teleportation formation to leave the moon god realm." Secret teleportation formation? Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition and hurriedly asked, "Weren't the teleportation formations of the ruins destroyed by the devil race?" No matter how secret your Misty School's teleportation formation is, Xiaohua did not finish his words, but the suspicion in his words was very obvious. Vice Sect Master Lien smiled and waved an ancient magic tool in his hand, saying, "My sect master has already bestowed this magic tool. Taoist Xiao, please follow this junior to verify it." But Xiaohua nodded. Looking at the magic tool flying in the Vice Sect Master's hand, he did not have much hope in his heart, because he had already seen the power of the devil formation. He knew that the devil formation already had its own intelligence. What was a devil spirit? Perhaps no one in the ruins understood it better than him. The devil spirit Xiaohua was a clear proof. Even the Vice Sect Master didn't bring along Yang Chong and the other 2. He only brought Xiaohua to the depths of the city, to a seemingly ordinary garden. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the garden, but he couldn't find anything unusual. However, there were no Misty School disciples within a few li of the garden. Even the disciples on duty in the surrounding palaces were very few. Vice Sect Master Lien activated the magic tool in his hand while explaining, "Taoist Xiao, this is my Misty School's forbidden area. Without the sect master's permission, no one can come close." Xiaohua slightly nodded. His gaze landed on the magic tool in Vice Sect Master Lien's hand. He saw that this magic tool was in a flat oval shape, like a spindle. Under the urging of Vice Sect Master Lien's magic power, this magic tool was suffused with 2 colors of brilliance. The green color turned into a spinning shape, and the dark green color turned into a flowing water shape. The 2 colors of brilliance rushed into the air and turned into a pagoda. Immediately after, from the left palace hall, a total of 9 ripples rushed out, respectively landing on the 9 floors of the pagoda. Then, the pagoda began to tremble slightly. Boom! The 2 colors of brilliance actually let out a thunderous sound and once again fell into the magic tool. At this time, it was as if Vice Sect Master Lien was struck by lightning. The true qi in his body surged into the magic tool like a flood. In a short moment, Vice Sect Master Lien's face turned somewhat pale. Go! Seeing that the magic tool also had the shape of a pagoda, Vice Sect Master Lien hurriedly pointed at the magic tool and chanted an incantation. Woo! The magic tool immediately fell into the garden. Following the magic tool's fall, the entire garden began to change. The entire garden began to slowly rotate. Regardless of whether it was flowers, grass, or mountain rocks, everything was twisted into a whirlpool. A pitch-black passage, emitting a desolate aura, appeared in front of Xiao Hua and Vice Sect Master Lien. Senior Xiao, please. Vice Sect Master Lien looked at it for a moment and raised his hand to indicate that he would be the first to jump in. Xiao Hua's divine sense entered to take a look. He discovered that his divine sense was actually blocked by a layer of strange restriction. Thus, he also urged his body to follow behind Vice Sect Master Lien. The passage was very long. Xiao Hua and Vice Sect Master Lien flew for no less than half a cup of tea's time before a huge palace door appeared in front of them. In front of the palace door, the magic tool from before had already turned into a spindle shape and stopped in midair. Vice Sect Master Lien took the magic tool and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood essence. Several special seals were cast on the blood essence, and the blood essence transformed into the 2 characters, ethereal. See. Looking at these 2 simple characters, Xiao Hua suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because when these 2 blood-colored characters fell into Xiao Hua's eyes, they unexpectedly gave off a long-lasting sense of familiarity. However, without waiting for Xiao Hua to look again, Vice Sect Master Lien pushed with both hands and the 2 characters fell on both sides of the palace door. Boom! A layer of blood color flashed on top of the jasper door. Then, as if a spring breeze blew past, the entire door grew many flowers and plants, surrounding Xiao Hua and Vice Sect Master Lien. Chapter 4151. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and his expression changed. This was because these flowers and plants contained a great amount of power. Moreover, the entire flower and plant seemed to be an extremely strange great array. This great array did not lose to the innate divine restriction and was even more powerful than the Misty School's great array. Vice Sect Master Lien did not panic. He raised his hands and pointed at the flowers and plants in front of him like a butterfly. Xiao Hua could see that Vice Sect Master Lien was sending out magic power to the places he pointed at. Moreover, the magic power was different. After Vice Sect Master Lien pointed at 365 places, shwa, the entire flower and plant great array disappeared as if it was washed away. Moreover, the jade door opened at an unknown time. Who? Vice Sect Master Lien let out a long breath. He turned his head and said with a bitter smile, Taoist Xiao, please don't laugh at this junior. This is the flower touch technique that all the disciples of my Misty School must cultivate. This junior did not know what it was used for. Who would have thought that it would be used here? This junior has not practiced this flower touch technique for several hundred years. When I used it, it was actually somewhat jerky. Hee, let's go in. Xiao Hua smiled. He understood that Vice Sect Master Lien was hinting that this technique was a secret of the Misty School. He hoped that Xiao Hua would not remember it. Senior, please. Vice Sect Master Lien led Xiao Hua into the main hall. The main hall's door had a divine sense restriction. When Xiao Hua entered the main hall, he could clearly see the main hall's situation. Xiao Hua could not help but be surprised, because inside the main hall was not a hall. Instead, it was a huge space that was at least 1,000 li wide. In this space, a huge bluestone teleportation array was quietly floating in the center. Although this teleportation array did not have any brilliance, a strange desolate aura was emitted from the bluestone. Vice Sect Master Lien looked at Xiao Hua's astonishment and proudly said, Senior, This teleportation array was specially built by the ancestors of my Misty School for the disciples of my Misty School after they entered the Moon God Palace. According to my sect master, it can directly lead to the Taibai astral boundary. So that's how it is. No wonder the Misty School has a realm-crossing teleportation formation. Xiaohua came to a sudden realization and a pensive expression appeared on his face. This teleportation array consumes a lot of primordial stones to use, and it will also cause strange phenomena, so my sect master has warned us not to use the teleportation array. We can only check if it can be used. You go ahead and check. Xiaohua nodded, then asked, how about this old man also go and take a look? Vice sect leader Lien thought for a while and nodded, no problem. As a result, Xiaohua's figure floated into the transmission array and carefully examined it. Even the vice sect master flew to the top of the transmission array and struck out a series of hand seals. Along with the hand seals, every part of the bluestone transmission array flashed with a milky white brilliance. After half a meal's worth of time, even the vice sect master stopped and looked at Xiaohua with a smile on his face. Naturally, Xiaohua had finished reading long ago. At this moment, seeing that vice sect leader Lien had stopped, he opened his mouth and said, Vice sect leader Lien, this old man suggests that you activate the transmission array. Although there is no problem with the transmission array, it does not mean that the transmission channel will not be destroyed by the demons. Yes, this junior has already checked. Vice sect leader Lien said with a smile, this transmission array is not only in good condition, but the transmission channel is also completely normal. But with the hand seals you just used? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Vice sect leader Lien looked at Xiaohua strangely, puzzled. Could it be that you have to activate the transmission array to know if the transmission channel is normal? My ruins transmission array is checked like this. Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times, but he did not comment, and asked again, is there anything else you want to check, Vice sect leader Lien? Vice sect leader Lien answered honestly. Good. Xiaohua smiled and said, you are fine, but this old man still has something to do. Senior, what else do you want? Vice sect leader Lien was stunned, and at this moment, Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique, immediately imprisoning vice sect leader Lien. Vice sect leader Lien was stunned. He really did not know what Xiaohua was doing, and he also did not expect Xiaohua to suddenly attack. However, in just a moment, vice sect leader Lien's face changed greatly, as if he had thought of something. However, at this time, everything did not allow him to resist. Xiaohua raised his hand and waved, sending vice sect leader Lien out of the palace door, and then his hands formed a hand seal, and a hand seal was released. Vice sect leader Lien stood outside the palace door in a daze, and in his heart, there was a kind of rejoicing that he was not killed by Xiaohua at that time. Of course, in addition to this rejoicing, vice sect leader Lien was also somewhat regretting that he trusted Xiaohua too much. Although the palace door was open, there was a restriction on the palace door, and no matter the brilliance or the roar of the palace, the people outside the palace could not hear it. After waiting for a full meal's time, Xiaohua walked out of the palace door and looked at the pale vice sect leader Lien. Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and released the restriction on vice sect leader Lien, and said indifferently, this old man's matter is done, we can go now. Vice sect leader Lien whispered, Senior Xiao, what matter do you have? Nothing. Xiaohua did not answer vice sect leader Lien's question, and said, you go in and see if there is any damage to your Misty School's transmission array. But vice sect leader Lien had long wanted to go in, and after hearing Xiaohua's words, he hurriedly flew in. But in that space, the huge transmission array was still quietly floating in the air, but the whole space was filled with active heaven-earth origin chi and some chaotic fluctuations, as if it had just been activated. Vice sect leader Lien thought of what Xiaohua had said before, and immediately understood what Xiaohua had just done. He was somewhat ashamed, and after checking the transmission array's situation, he flew out of the palace, wanting to ask about the transmission array's situation. Unfortunately, when he flew out of the palace, where was Xiaohua's figure? Vice sect leader Lien's heart tightened, and he hurriedly chased out, but unfortunately, until he returned to the Lingxiang Palace, he still did not see Xiaohua. I'm afraid Senior Xiao has already left the Misty School. Vice Sect Leader Lien sat on the jade chair, looking at the empty palace and secretly thought, but my Misty School's transmission array, can it be used normally? Misty School's transmission array obviously could not be used. Otherwise, Xiao Hua would not have left in such a hurry to avoid Vice Sect Leader Lien's questioning. However, Xiao Hua also understood as long as he did not say anything, Vice Sect Leader Lien and the entire Misty School's heart would have a kind of luck, or perhaps a kind of hope. With this kind of hope and luck, these disciples would have the courage to fight the demons to the end. Xiao Hua flew out of Ping River, and after identifying the direction, he prepared to go to the transmission array, but after flying for a moment, he found a familiar figure going to the same transmission array as him. Xiao Hua landed next to that person, and said with a smile, Yang Haoya, are you going to the transmission array? Io, Senior Xiao. Yang Haoya was shocked, and hurriedly stopped, bowed and said, Senior, why don't you stay in my Misty School for a few more days? Why are you leaving in such a hurry? I only scolded them a few words, don't tell me I really want to vent my anger on them? Xiao Hua replied with a smile, I already scolded them, so why am I not leaving? When your sect leader comes out, I'm afraid he will regain his face. Hee. Yang Haoya smiled. The they, Xiao Hua mentioned were his elders. He did not dare to say anything behind his back. Don't tell me you also want to leave the Misty School? Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating Yang Haoya to continue flying forward, and asked again. Yang Haoya nodded and said, Junior and a few good friends are in a small team. We were ordered by the conference hall to patrol the vicinity of Leiha Mountain. Because Junior heard about the matter of the sect, Junior was worried, so Junior hurriedly returned. Now that the sect is fine, Junior naturally has to rush to Leiha Mountain to meet up with my friends. Hee, not bad. Xiao Hua praised. As long as the Misty School has a disciple like you, even if there will be a big change in the future, it will be because of you. The fire seed will be able to regain its glory? Senior Xiao? Yang Haoya was slightly startled and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Nothing, I'm just lamenting. Xiao Hua smiled and asked, Who are your good friends? Seeing that Xiao Hua did not say anything, Yang Haoya was also helpless and could only reply, Junior's team has 12 people. They are the disciples of the Misty School, Shandao Sect, Fragrance Cult, Heavy Flow Sect, Immortal Herding Sect, Yanhong Hall, Jingfei Mountain, and other sections. Among them, Junior and Shandao Sect's Wan Wuxin are good friends. Oh, you know Wan Wuxin? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the Wan Wuxin he saw in the transmission hub. Senior knows Wu Xin? Yang Haoya asked curiously, why didn't Junior hear him mention it? Xiao Hua shrugged and replied, You should ask Wan Wuxin this question. Yang Haoya smiled and said, Wu Xian is a person who hides his words. Even if Junior asked, he might not say it. Back then, Junior was hunting demonic beasts in the Pinbo Lake, and I was accidentally surrounded by several demonic beasts. Wan Wuxin rushed out to help Junior, and then the two of us worked together to kill the demonic beasts and snatch their cores. Since then, we have become good friends. Even though we are friends who have gone through life and death, there are many things that he won't tell Junior. Everyone has their own personality, this can't be forced. Xiao Hua nodded. At this moment, Yang Haoya hesitated and said, Junior's team has a cultivator that Senior is very familiar with. Very familiar? Xiao Hua muttered and smiled. I don't know many disciples. This person is probably from the fragrance cult. As for whether it is Yu Mingxin or Yu Changming, I can't guess. Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming are both there. Yang Haoya smiled and said, That day at the transmission hub, in order to save Senior, Yu Mingxin used the secret sacrificial technique to summon the phantom of the moon beast. Now, it has become a legend in the ruins, of this little girl. Xiao Hua smiled and said, In order to repay a debt of gratitude, she even sacrificed her own life. This is really beyond my expectations. Chapter 4152. At this point, Xiao Hua's heart moved as he asked, Have Yu Mingxin and Wan Wuxin already arrived at Mount Leiha? This Junior doesn't know. Yang Haoya answered honestly, but if nothing unexpected happened, they should be at Mount Leiha. Of course, if Senior wants to know, why don't you come with Junior to take a look? How could Xiao Hua still dare to meet Yu Mingxin? He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You all have your own matters to attend to, this old man also has his own matters to attend to. This old man won't go with you to Mount Leha. When you see Wan Wuxin and Yu Mingxin, send my regards to them." No problem. Yang Haoya naturally didn't know about Xiao Hua and Yu Mingxin's matters in the heavenly demon fantasy land. He immediately agreed and then asked, "However, Senior Xiao, Junior Sister Mingxin seems a little strange. Why did she suddenly wear a veil? No one is allowed to see her appearance, that?" Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly interrupted Yang Haoya's words. "Fly slowly. This old man has some urgent matters and can't wait any longer. Yes, Senior, please." Yang Haoya hurriedly bowed to send him off. Xiao Hua turned into a stream of light and flew far away. Yang Haoya raised his head and looked at Xiao Hua's disappearing figure with admiration. He muttered to himself, "Spiritual Master Xiao is indeed a righteous person. Although he is an outsider, he has put in a lot of effort for the survival of our ruins." However, when he said this, a layer of gloominess appeared on his face. He sighed and said, "Alas, it's a pity that people's hearts are fickle and unpredictable. Spiritual Master Xiao with such a kind heart was actually said to be a demon. I really don't know what those people are thinking." Xiao Hua arrived in front of the teleportation formation and inquired about it. Immediately, a disciple of the Misty School led him to a teleportation formation. As the teleportation formation flashed, Xiao Hua left Ping River again. After Xiao Hua came out of the teleportation formation and flew for more than 1,000 li, he saw a winding mountain range on the horizon. Although the mountain range was still far away from Xiao Hua, its majestic aura, along with the fierce wind in the surroundings and the many clouds high up in the sky, had already entered Xiao Hua's vision. When Xiao Hua saw that the direction was not too far off, he released his spiritual force as he flew towards the mountain range. Although the clouds in the sky were scattered, there were many vortexes near each cloud that were hard to see with the naked eye. These vortexes blew out fine breezes, and when they reached midair, these breezes mixed together and began to form a strange hurricane. This hurricane enveloped an area of nearly 10,000 miles. Xiao Hua was flying within the hurricane. One after another, the wind blades landed on his protective golden light and actually caused the golden light to flicker. As Xiao Hua's figure went deeper, the wind blades became increasingly powerful. In the center of the array formation, the mountain range that Xiao Hua had seen before was already like a huge dragon coiling on the ground. What surprised Xiao Hua was that there wasn't just one mountain range like this. There were 6 other similar mountain ranges next to it. These 7 mountain ranges had different colors, and they were all in the shape of a rainbow. Moreover, these mountain ranges were in the shape of a spiral. Finally, in the center, they condensed into a conch-like mountain peak that rose from the ground to a height of several thousand zhang. Xiao Hua's spiritual force swept across the mountain peak. Not only was his spiritual force blocked by the array formation, but there were also 7 different kinds of power that were born at the same time and began to use the power of heaven and earth to devour Xiao Hua's spiritual force. This sect protecting formation of the Fragrant School is really not bad. Not only can it use the innate terrain to draw in the qi of the earth to condense the array, it can also draw in the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements into the qi of heaven and earth. The eye of the array is distributed in the void, making it difficult for people to figure out whether it is real or fake. Xiao Hua was a formation grandmaster. After looking at it for a moment, he had already understood the array formation. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Although the origin of this array formation is not comparable to the Misty School, it is much stronger than the 2 innate divine restriction formations of the Misty School. The person who set up this array formation, I'm afraid it's the same as the senior who set up the teleportation array of the Misty School. They also, occasionally, passed by the ruins and, casually, took action, right? Thinking of the Misty School's array formation, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of another matter. That day in Pingjiang, he had promised Lu Wuxia that he would teach the complete Earth Clan Soul Condensing Array and Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array to the Misty School. However, because of the invasion of the two demon emperors, Xiaohua had to hastily fight them. Later on, he even went to the demon array, so this matter was put aside. When Xiaohua returned to the Misty School, his heart was filled with anger. How could he still think of this matter? As for the cultivators of the Misty School, they were even more afraid to speak. Forget it. Xiaohua's anger had already disappeared. He thought to himself, when I have time, I'll give the two arrays to the Misty School. Just based on the word, Misty, it seems extremely familiar. Perhaps this Misty School is related to the Misty School in this Xiao's memory. There's no harm in giving it to them. However, when the time comes, let's see what they have to trade with this Xiao. Since Xiaohua had released his divine sense, he naturally had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. He originally planned to return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range after leaving the Misty School, but with Yang Haoya's reminder, he thought of Yu Mingxin's safety. In any case, Yu Mingxin was the first cultivator he had met in the ruins. Moreover, Yu Mingxin had truly saved his life. Although Xiaohua didn't want to face a young girl who was in love with him, he absolutely couldn't ignore Yu Mingxin's life. Therefore, Xiaohua came to the Seven Ridge Mountain Range's incense-spreading sect. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and not long after, several divine senses descended from the sky. It was the patrolling disciples who were using the array formation's power to investigate. Is it Fortune Gate's Taoist Xiao? A slightly surprised voice came from within the hurricane. That's right, it's this old man. Xiaohua replied. That voice hurriedly called out, Senior, please wait here for a moment. Junior will send a disciple to send a message to the sect. My sect master has already instructed that if Taoist Xiao comes, we must receive him with the etiquette of a sect master. Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, Your sect master Emo Lianxi actually knew that this old man was coming to preach the incense sect? While they were speaking, a hurricane passage appeared not far from Xiaohua. Immediately after, an old man wearing a long robe rushed out of the hurricane passage, arrived in front of Xiaohua, and bowed respectfully. Junior Song Yun greets Senior Xiao. Get up. Xiaohua smiled and helped Song Yun up. He asked again, Could it be that your sect master had already predicted that this old man would come to the Seven Ridge Mountain Range? Song Yun straightened his body and smiled apologetically. Yes, after Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming returned to the Seven Ridge Mountain Range and told Senior about their encounter, the sect master issued an order for us to wait carefully. He said that Taoist Xiao would definitely return to preach the incense sect. Xiaohua's heart relaxed. When he first heard Song Yun's words, he thought that Emo Lianxi of the incense sect had the ability to predict the future. It seems that Emo Lianxi must have thought that he would come to the Seven Ridge Mountain Range to pay a visit, so he instructed his disciples. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted, Song Yun, quickly send a message to your sect master. Don't make any ceremony. This old man hates these things the most. If he makes some dragon or phoenix to welcome me, this old man will turn around immediately. Of course there won't be any dragon or phoenix. Song Yun smiled apologetically, but Taoist Xiao is the leader of a sect. If there isn't any ceremony to welcome you, not only will my sect master feel embarrassed, but the other sects will also laugh at my incense sect. When he heard that there was a ceremony to welcome him, Xiaohua's heart began to tremble. He hated a group of people lining up together and greeting him one after another. Originally, he didn't know him, but now, he had to put on a deliberate smile on his face to curry favor. It was really uncomfortable. Forget it. Xiaohua stopped and shook his head. This old man better not go. Taoist. Song Yun was really anxious. He hurriedly flew in front of Xiaohua and shouted, Junior will send a message right now. Quick, send a message to the sect master. Don't make any ceremony. At this time, a few disciples just happened to fly out of the hurricane passage. Song Yun didn't even think and hurriedly ordered. The two disciples didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around. Song Yun stood pitifully in front of Xiaohua. He had seen many Dao sect cultivators who liked to show off. Some sect masters came to visit the incense sect and couldn't wait for him to move all his disciples over. They also couldn't wait for the incense sect to come out in full force to welcome them. Fortunately, the incense sect was one of the 3 great sects in the ruins. There was no need for them to deliberately flatter the sect masters of other sections. However, this was the first time he saw a cultivator like Xiaohua who regarded etiquette like a snake or scorpion. "Let's go." Xiaohua glanced at Song Yun and ordered, "Don't wait for your sect master to come. You lead the way." "Senior, you don't want to wait for my sect master?" Song Yun said halfway and immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and said, "Senior, please." The sound of wind was loud in the hurricane passage. Xiaohua casually moved his body and flew forward like falling rain. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sound of wind gradually decreased. A kind of vigorous and steady aura suddenly intensified. Xiaohua understood that this was the location of the incense sect's 5 elements formation. However, before he could use any divine ability, he saw a 7-colored brilliance soar into the sky from the distance. The brilliance let out a rumbling sound, shaking the sky for nearly 1,000 li. From the distant conch-shaped mountain peak, it directly landed in front of Xiaohua's eyes and turned into a 7-colored rainbow bridge. A voice fell along with the rainbow bridge. "I am Mo Lianxi. On behalf of the incense sect, I welcome Taoist Xiao." Immediately, in front of Xiaohua's eyes, a 3-colored brilliance emerged from the rainbow bridge. It turned into the appearance of a young master in embroidered clothes and cupped his hands in greeting. "I, Xiaohua, greet sect master Mo." Xiaohua couldn't be disrespectful and also cupped his hands in greeting. "Taoist, please. Taoist has come from afar. I came late to welcome you." The young master in embroidered clothes' appearance became clearer. It was the appearance of an elegant youth. This youth had white teeth and red lips. His eyes contained a smile. A sense of intelligence flowed out from the youth's eyes. He looked similar to a student of the academy. Chapter 4153. Hee. Seeing Mo Lianxi's appearance, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of his youth before he entered the nascent soul stage. His impression of Mo Lianxi was very good. He raised his hand and said with a smile, "Sect Master please." Mo Lianxi nodded. Her figure was like lightning as she flew towards the end of the rainbow bridge. Xiaohua also moved his body and followed behind. As they flew closer, Xiaohua could clearly see that on the other side of the rainbow bridge was a huge palace. Not only did it cover the entire mountain, even the 7 mountain ridges were under it. Moreover, this palace was in the shape of a flower. The flower had 7 petals, each corresponding to the 7 mountain ridges. Even the color of the petals corresponded to the mountain ridges. Where Xiaohua's gaze landed, the 7-colored palace had a kind of feeling as if it was about to fly away, like a flower swaying in the wind. As Mo Lianxi landed, in the center of the flower, in front of a huge palace, there were only a few women in colorful clothes standing gracefully. When these female disciples saw Xiaohua, they immediately bowed and saluted. They called out, "Junior greets Taoist Master Xiao, sweat?" Seeing the peerless beauty of these female disciples, Xiaohua's heart slightly twitched. He hurriedly waved his hand and helped the girls up. He smiled and said, "All of you rise." "Ah." Mo Lianxi laughed and said, "Taoist Xiao is indeed a person with a temperament. This little one also hates those complicated formalities. It's really boring. It's better to have a few flower-like girls to accompany you and admire the flowers under the moon." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Mo's words are a bit inappropriate, right? Complicated formalities and admiring the flowers under the moon have nothing to do with it." "Hee, that's what I meant." Mo Lianxi didn't care about the meaning of Xiaohua's words. She pointed at the 2 female disciples and said, "You too, serve Taoist Xiao well. Otherwise, I'll hold you responsible." The 2 women were beautiful, fat and thin. They answered and immediately walked over. They held Xiaohua's arms on both sides. Their softness and warmth immediately stuck to him. The admiration in their eyes didn't seem to be fake. They respectfully said, "Taoist, please." The 2 female disciples not only had delicate looks, Their temperament was also refined. Their eyes didn't have any foxy charm. However, Xiaohua already didn't get close to women for tens of thousands of years. Although his Dao heart was firm, he didn't cultivate the virgin technique. The moment he touched these fleshy bodies, he felt his heart was raging. Damn it. Xiaohua hurriedly activated his heart technique and cursed inwardly. He knew that he was injured, and it was the Devil Emperor who injured him. His willpower was insufficient. Since he knew that he couldn't resist, Xiaohua simply didn't pretend to be an expert. He raised his hand and waved it, saying, "Sect leader Emil, quickly let your 2 female disciples leave. I have been heavily injured, Taoist Xiaohua. Now, I can't take this kind of temptation. If I do something inappropriate, I'm afraid it won't be good for either of us." Mo Lianxi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He naturally knew everything that had happened in the ethereal sect. He had also hypothesized a few excuses that Xiaohua would use to decline. He had even assumed that Xiaohua would not decline. However, he had not expected that Xiaohua, who was at the Dao transformation realm, would so frankly admit that he could not be tempted by women. Mo Lianxi smiled and said, "Taoist Xiao, don't think too much. The female disciples of the Misty School are all top-quality cauldrons." At the same time, Taoist Xiao chased away the 2 Taoist emperors who attacked the Misty School. "Not only did you save the Misty School, you also saved the ruins. The female disciples of the Fragrance sect are very willing to offer their hearts for Taoist Zhao's recovery. Don't worry, Taoist Xiaohua. They are sincere." "Yes, Taoist Xiao." The 2 beautiful disciples said sincerely, "Senior has done so much for the ruins. We are willing to offer our lives to Taoist Xiaohua as long as we can help Taoist Xiaohua recover." So that's how it is. Xiaohua finally understood. He thought that Mo Lianxi of the Fragrance sect was probing and roping him in, but he didn't think that there was such a layer of true meaning. Since that was the case, Xiaohua couldn't accept it even more. He gently pulled his arm out of the embrace of the 2 female disciples. His movements were so careful and gentle, as if he was afraid of touching fragile porcelain. When the 2 female disciples saw Xiaohua like this, their faces were full of disappointment. However, the luster in their eyes became even brighter and their arms also loosened. Xiaohua pulled his arm out and cupped his hands, saying, "Sect leader Mo, this Xiao understands your intentions. However, if this Zhao's injuries were to spoil the chastity of these 2 female disciples, even if this Zhao's strength increases greatly, this Zhao's heart will not be at ease." "Chastity? What is chastity?" Mo Lianxi was slightly stunned and asked back. Xiaohua sweated profusely. Chastity was the concept of Confucian cultivators. The ruins was a corner of the cultivation world. Although Mo Lianxi was the sect leader of the Misty School, she probably hadn't heard of chastity before, right? However, since that was the case, Xiaohua also understood that this Misty School in the ruins was definitely not the Misty School he was looking for. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, "There's no need to elaborate on what chastity is. Sect leader Mo only needs to know that the hardest thing to bear is the grace of a beauty. This Xiao has received the grace of a beauty, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to repay it. Since that's the case, it's better not to touch it. What repayment or no repayment? This is all their own will, there's no need for any repayments." Mo Lianxi said disdainfully, "If Taoist won't spoil his Dao foundation because of plucking Yin to replenish Yang, then feel free to try my Misty School's secret technique. You must know that in the ruins, who knows how many disciples of sects have come to our door and are willing to tie the knot with my Misty School's female disciples." In an instant, Xiaohua suddenly understood why Yu Mingxin treated him like that. He smiled bitterly and then said seriously, "Sect leader people of different paths cannot make plans together. This old man didn't come for this matter." Good. Mo Lianxi smiled and pushed the female disciple in her arms out and said, "People often say that guests should follow the host's wishes. Today, I can only follow the host's wishes." "Very good." Xiaohua clapped and said with a smile, "Sect leader Mo, please find a secluded hall. I have an important matter to discuss with sect leader." Don't be anxious, Taoist Xiao. Mo Lianqi's eyes slightly narrowed again and said with a smile, I have already sent disciples to find Yu Mingxin. Taking advantage of this time, I will introduce a few elders of my sect to Taoist. I also have an important matter to discuss with Taoist. Xiaohua's eyelids twitched and he said somewhat helplessly, Sect leader Mo, when this Xiao came to Misty School, this Xiao had already seen Yang Haoye who was together with Yu Mingxin. If this Xiao is here for my own personal matters, why would I come to Misty School? Wouldn't it be better to directly find Yu Mingxin? Sect leader Mo, if this is the case, wouldn't the Xiao be in trouble again? So Taoist Xiao didn't come for the important matter of Yu Mingxin Mo Lianqi replied with a sudden realization. However, this sudden realization clearly wasn't a sudden realization. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He stared at Mo Lianqi for a few breaths of time and then said word by word, Sect leader Mo, what do you mean? Could it be that if I didn't come for Yu Mingxin, I couldn't come to Misty School? Sect leader Mo already knew that this Xiao would definitely come to Misty School and you are testing this Xiao? AI. A trace of gloominess appeared on Mo Lianqi's face. She nodded slightly and sighed. This one naturally knew that Taoist Xiao would come. Moreover, this one knew when I heard Taoist Zhao's name. This one hopes that I heard wrong and that Taoist Xiao isn't that person. Unfortunately, Taoist Xiao still came. Although this one doesn't know what important matter Taoist Xiao brought, this one. At this point, Mo Lianqi stopped and looked at the few female disciples on the left. She waved her hand and said, You all can leave. Yes, sect leader. The few female disciples bowed and left. Among them, 2 of them looked at Xiaohua reluctantly. After the few female disciples left, Mo Lianqi said, Let's go, Taoist Xiao. Let's go to Bright Palace and tell this one what is important enough for me to wipe out the incense sect. Ah? Mo Lianqi lifted her foot. Xiaohua was shocked. The premonition from before was born again. He asked in a low voice, Sect leader Mo. You already knew that this Xiao was going to bring you the message of wiping out the sect? Mo Lianqi's figure slightly paused. She then looked back at Xiaohua and replied with certainty, Otherwise, why would this one leave such an order to the disciples of the sect? How did you know? Xiaohua followed, still somewhat puzzled. Mo Lianqi forced a smile and said, Once Taoist Xiao enters Bright Palace, you will naturally know. When Xiaohua followed Mo Lianqi into Bright Palace, he saw that it was a huge hall. The 4 walls were painted with Desolation Catalog. These Desolation Catalog were different from the ones Xiaohua had seen before. Other than giants, mountains, floods, and monsters, there were also many fragments. These fragments seemed to be a whole. Many of the edges were the same. Of course, these fragments were not only scattered within a certain catalog, but also between different catalogs. Moreover, there were obscure fluctuations emanating from within these fragments. Everywhere Xiaohua's eyes landed on, the fragments emanated a strange and variegated brilliance, and Xiaohua was actually able to see stars, regions, continents, and so on and so forth through these lights. Xiaohua frowned and his gaze fell on other parts of the catalog. The things on these catalogs seemed to be engraved on them. Other than the fluctuations within the fragments, there was also the ubiquitous aura on the catalog. This aura was different depending on what was engraved on it. If all these auras were connected together, there would be a strange covering and drowning. After looking at the catalog around Bright Palace, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the main hall. There were a few brocade chairs there. Currently, several young cultivators were sitting on them. When they saw Xiaohua and Mo Lianqi enter, they all stood up and welcomed them. When everyone came closer, Mo Lianqi stopped and smiled at Xiaohua. Taoist Xiao, these are the elders of my aroma sect. I, Chang Min, greet Taoist Xiao. A white-clothed scholar with curved eyebrows smiled and cupped his hands. Immediately after, a blue-clothed middle-aged cultivator with a somewhat yellow face cupped his hands and said, I, Wu Hong, greet Taoist Xiao. The other was a burly man with a big waist. The beard on his face could be seen. His voice was also loud and clear. He cupped his hands and said, I, by Jin Zhong, greet Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoists, please rise. Xiaohua hurriedly raised his hand to help everyone up and said with a smile, I, Xiaohua, greet fellow Taoists. Chapter 4154. The four exchanged some pleasantries, and Bai Jianzhong even asked about Xiaohua's injuries. Xiaohua answered everything. When Xiaohua finished, Mo Lianxi's face tightened and said, All right, everyone, let's take a seat. Taoist Xiao is still injured. After today's matter is arranged, Taoist Xiao will need to go into seclusion to recuperate. All right, Taoist Xiao, please. The three elders respectfully invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Xiaohua nodded slightly and sat down on the guest seat. Mo Lianxi and the others sat beside him. Fellow Taoists, this Xiao has come today for the devil formation and the moon god realm's great desolate star storm. Xiaohua looked at everyone and said, Hiss. Everyone's expression changed when they heard about the great desolate star storm. As they sucked in a breath of cold air, they looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with fear. As expected, Mo Lianxi's expression slowly calmed down and said indifferently, Then, please tell us the details of Taoist Zhao's situation. Xiaohua nodded and told them about the devil race he saw outside the realm protecting Great Formation, as well as the news brought by Yang Chong. Damn it. Mo Lianxi's face turned cold and said angrily, This must be the doing of Yanhong Hall and Jing Feishan sect. They want to borrow the power of the conference hall to suppress the Fortune Gate whose reputation is gradually catching up to theirs. These two sects are really shameless. Mo Lianxi's words clearly had a trace of trying to cover it up, as if he didn't know that Xiaohua was blocked outside the ruins by the realm protecting Great Formation. Xiaohua looked at Mo Lianxi. He didn't believe that Mo Lianxi, the sect master of the ruins' three great sects, didn't know what happened in the conference hall. Since Mo Lianxi directly pointed out the two sects and said it with a suspicious tone, Xiaohua already knew that these two sects must be behind it. Xiaohua smiled and replied, It's fine, who cares who it is? My Fortune Gate won't stay in the ruins for long and won't compete with these two sects for fame and profit. Mo Lianxi nodded. This one also knows that Taoist Xiao and the Fortune Gate will definitely escape from this disaster. Xiaohua's brows raised and said curiously, Sect Master Mo seems to know a lot. It's time to explain it to this Xiao. Of course. Mo Lianxi said smiled, Taoist Xiao wait, Taoist Xiao, Taoist Xiao, Taoist Xiao, you won't be willing if I don't explain it. Then, the jade hairpin actually turned into a golden dragon. The hairpin turned into a golden dragon actually, the hairpin turned, and through some hand seals, and through cast, it, ants, and cast, through and through cast, and through cast, and made a hand seals as hand, and then cast the, and cast, formed, cast. He these s. Inside the light, the female cultivator's huge figure slowly appeared, and an aura that suppressed everything in the hall instantly filled the bright palace. Around the female cultivator's soul projection, small cracks appeared in the space, and inexplicable fluctuations ran amok in these cracks. The female cultivator's face seemed to be very clear, but Xiaohua's gaze could not see her face. Even a simple outline was empty in Xiaohua's mind, but Xiaohua clearly knew that this primordial spirit projection was the female cultivator. At this time, the female cultivator's voice was like thunder. Sect Master Lan Xichen of the 72nd generation greets Taoist Xiaohua, Taoist Xiao. Seeing that the female cultivator's soul projection was actually cupping her hands in greeting, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly got up, wanting to return the greeting, but even though it was just a soul projection, the aura was heavier than a mountain. Not to mention getting up, even breathing was difficult for Xiaohua. Taoist Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. The female cultivator's soul projection seemed to know what Xiaohua was thinking. After greeting him, she said with a smile, I still have something to entrust to you, Taoist Xiao. I hope you won't refuse. Xiaohua said respectfully, Senior Lan, please tell me what you need. If I can do it, I won't refuse. You must be confused right now, Taoist Xiao. It's not too late to agree after listening to me explain the ins and outs of this matter. Lan Xichen's nascent soul projection said, when I was training in the cultivation world, I obtained a jade slip that recorded the art of divination. Based on this jade slip, I cultivated some divine abilities of divination. After I cultivated to the 9th stage Dao transformation realm, I passed the position of sect master to my disciples and participated in the selection of the Moon God Palace. I left the ruins and entered the Moon God Palace. After that, my cultivation improved, and my divination techniques became even more radical. I felt a sudden impulse one day and sensed that the incense cult would face a great disaster in the future, so I hurriedly used the moon ripple pool of the Moon God Palace to perform divination. Unfortunately, I's cultivation was shallow and couldn't deduce when the incense cult would face a great disaster. I also didn't know what kind of disaster it would face. However, I saw Taoist Xiao's appearance and name in the moon ripple pool and knew that Taoist Xiao would come to the incense cult's 7 ridge mountains before the great disaster. Therefore, I took advantage of my official duties and returned to the incense sect. While rearranging the sect-protecting formation, I also set up a formation in the Bright Palace and left my primordial spirit projection, waiting for perfected Zhao's arrival. Xiaohua had already seen the power of the Shaman King's God-connecting technique in the Million Meng Mountains, so he wasn't too surprised by the words of the former sect master of the incense cult who could enter the Moon God Palace. At this point, Lan Xichen smiled and said, "By now, Taoist Xiao must have understood what I wanted to entrust to Taoist Xiao, right? Yes, it's the inheritance of the incense cult, including the 30,000 disciples, all the cultivation methods and necessary auxiliary items." No way. Xiaohua's expression changed slightly, and he smiled bitterly. Senior Lan already divined that the incense cult would face such a great disaster, so why didn't you make plans earlier? Why didn't you take the incense cult's orthodoxy and leave the ruins? You could even send the incense cult's disciples to Heaven's equal realm, Taibai astral boundary, and so on before the demon race besieges the ruins, right? Lan Xichen's primordial spirit projections seemed to know that Xiaohua would ask this question. When Xiaohua's voice fell, the primordial spirit projection said again, "This poor Taoist has already thought about what Taoist is thinking and is also prepared to do so. However, if Taoist sees this poor Taoist's primordial spirit projection now, then all of your previous efforts will be in vain. Any thoughts of stealing from the heavens will be destroyed by the heavens. My incense cult can only wait for Taoist Zhao's arrival. Whereas the current sect master of the incense cult informed Taoist Xiao of this matter." At this time, Mo Lianxi hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "The 3208th sect master of the incense cult, Mo Lianxi, greets the founder." Then, Mo Lianxi said to Xiaohua in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, every sect master of the incense cult received a jade slip and a message when they took over the sect master position. Inside the jade slip is naturally a portrait of Taoist Xiao, and the message is about Xiaohua's name as well as the preparations for the great disaster. In this preparation, other than the disciples, cultivation methods, and necessary auxiliary items, it is to send disciples outside the moon god realm to establish a branch of the incense cult. But the strange thing is, every time my incense cult establishes a sect in another realm, it will be destroyed by other sects in less than 100 years, without any exception. Therefore, after I took over the sect master position, I tried once and never sent any disciples again." After saying this, Mo Lianxi respectfully said to the primordial spirit projection, "This disciple has finished speaking." After a while, the primordial spirit projection opened its mouth again. "Taoist Xiao, after hearing this, you should already understand. Although this poor Taoist does not know if you can really save the orthodoxy of my incense cult, this poor Taoist has seen your appearance and name. This poor Taoist believes that you will play a key role in this calamity. Therefore, this poor Taoist will entrust the orthodoxy of my incense cult to you. If you agree, please stand in the center of the Bright Palace. I obtained a strange cultivation technique from the Moon God Palace, and it might be useful to you. I will give it to you now as an agreement. If you don't want to, then you don't have to go. I will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. After that, Not only will my primordial spirit projection disappear, everything in the Bright Palace will also disappear. After hearing the primordial spirit projection's words, not only was Xiao Hua stunned, but the faces of Emo Lianxi and the others also changed greatly. Emo Lianxi of course knew about the primordial spirit projection, but he didn't know the specific situation. Of course, he also didn't know that the ending wasn't decided beforehand. If Xiaohua didn't agree, the orthodoxy of the incense cult wouldn't be able to leave the ruins, and it might be destroyed in the great desolate starburst. Moreover, even if Xiaohua agreed, the orthodoxy of the incense cult might not necessarily be preserved, because Lan Xichen didn't know if Xiaohua would be able to escape the disaster. Daoist Xiao. Emo Lianxi's body also couldn't move, so he begged in a low voice, Daoist Xiao, please agree to this for Yu Mingxin's sake. At this point, Xiaohua had already thought it through. Since Lan Xichen saw him in the divination technique, then he would definitely play a role in the disaster. Although he might not be able to escape the great desolate starburst, there was a possibility that his space could exist. Therefore, Xiaohua already somewhat understood the meaning of Lan Xichen's primordial spirit projection. However, he was a little worried. The Fortune Gate's disciples on the Shenhua continent all cultivated the nascent soul, while the incense cult's disciples cultivated the primordial spirit. These two different cultivation methods would inevitably lead to conflict, and he didn't have a good plan to prevent this from happening. This primordial spirit cultivation method was unique to the ruins, who knew if it could be used on the Dawn Rain continent or the hidden Immortal continent. Even if he took away the incense cult's inheritance, would they be able to survive on the hidden Immortal continent? Of course, this was a matter for the future. Since Xiaohua had come to the incense cult to send a message, how could he stand by and do nothing? He lifted his foot and walked towards the center of the Bright Palace. However, just as he moved, the aura suppressed him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Chapter 4155. Sigh. Xiaohua bitterly smiled as he silently cursed in his heart, motherfucker, even at this point, they still want to test this Xiao's cultivation level. It seems like this Bright Palace is not only a place to preserve Lan Xichen's soul projection, but also a place to test this Xiao's strength. Immediately after, Xiaohua's entire body's magic power was activated. Layers of lightning, like a torrent of 1,000 miles, rushed towards the soul projection's aura. Rumble. Although it couldn't be compared to a destructive force, the torrent of lightning still created a path that was several feet wide, leading straight to the center of the Bright Palace. Xiaohua's figure flashed. Under the heavy pressure of this aura, he actually teleported to a large piece of bluestone in the center. Just as Xiaohua's figure appeared on the bluestone exploded with a boom. Tens of thousands of crushed stones covered Xiaohua's figure. Those crushed stones were also a kind of sealing formation, imprisoning the magic power in Xiaohua's body and so on. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. However, where Xiaohua's gaze fell, Emo Lianxi's expression was also astonished. Obviously, he also didn't know that the blue stone in the center of the Bright Palace had such a change. Sure enough, just as the bluestone formation was formed, the soul projection smiled and said, Daoist Xiao is indeed a man of his word. Please wait a moment, I need to borrow the hand of our sect's leader to mobilize the Bright Palace's formation to imbue Daoist Xiao with power, so I have no choice but to first estimate Daoist Xiao's magic power. As he spoke, the Yuan spirit projection said a few more words to Emo Lianxi. Emo Lianxi's face suddenly lit up, and her hands slowly formed a seal. A human-like Yuan spirit appeared above her head. As the Yuan spirit rippled like water, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection also began to vibrate. When the two Yuan spirits' ripples came close, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection turned into a ray of distorted light and fell into Emo Lianxi's Yuan spirit. Emo Lianxi's Yuan spirit appearance began to change, and in the end, she became a stunning beauty. The woman glanced at Xiaohua, pursed her lips, and smiled. Her slender fingers made a grabbing motion, and an inexplicable ripple came from her hand. She didn't seem to be forming any seals. Wang wang. A rumbling sound came from all around the Bright Palace. All the star fragments that Xiaohua saw on the desolate catalogue released a faint power of the stars and moon. They flew out from various parts of the palace and slowly gathered above Xiaohua's head. After a few breaths of time, all the fragments disappeared, and an oval sphere appeared in the air. This sphere was filled with starlight, and within the starlight was a strange light and shadow. Rise. As the woman formed another seal, the entire bright palace began to spin. Layer after layer of desolate catalogue rushed out from the palace's walls and turned into light and shadow that fell into the oval sphere. As the light and shadow fell, the sphere seemed to become heavier and slowly fell. When the brilliance in the palace dimmed, all the desolate catalogue had fallen into the sphere, and the sphere had already fallen on top of Xiaohua's head. This sphere was so heavy that Xiaohua's figure was somewhat distorted. Xiaohua's face was somewhat pale. He could truly feel the power contained in this sphere. He almost cursed Lan Xichen in his heart. How is this giving me a boost? This is the rhythm of smashing me to death. Boom. As the corners of Lan Xichen's mouth curled up into a smile, Xiaohua only felt a sharp pain in his head. His vision turned black, and the endless desolate catalogue appeared just like in the relic world. However, this catalogue was different from the previous one. Each desolate catalogue corresponded to a star domain fragment, and when combined, they transformed into a cultivation technique or technique that was imprinted in Xiaohua's mind. Inexplicable realms, cultivation techniques and techniques that were difficult to comprehend were also born in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua endured the sharp pain, clenched his teeth, and persevered. He memorized all the cultivation methods and secret techniques with his heart. In the eyes of Emo Lianxi and the others, Xiaohua's figure had already shattered, and each fragment seemed to correspond to a broken catalogue, flashing with a mysterious brilliance. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua's mind suddenly became light. All the visions disappeared, and the shackles around Xiaohua's body also disappeared. Xiaohua's figure became light, and then he collapsed to the ground as if he had collapsed. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. This Lan Xichen is a madman. I'm already a Mahayana cultivator, but I can't accept this secret technique. Who knows what she accidentally obtained? How am I supposed to cultivate like this? Even if this Xiao cultivates, what kind of realm can I cultivate to? How can I dare to use it? However, when Xiaohua raised his eyes to look again, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection had already left Emo Lianxi's Yuan spirit and had already turned into an extremely dim silhouette. When he looked at the entire bright palace again, it was also completely devoid of light. However, all the places where the primeval catalogue and the star domain fragment had been previously were empty. Only the restrictions on the four walls of the palace remained. Daoist Xiao. Lan Xichen's voice was very weak. I can only do this. I hope Daoist Xiao will be satisfied and pass me on to your descendants. Before Lan Xichen could finish speaking, her soul projection turned into a firefly and slowly floated in the air. Even within the main hall, countless powders also floated down. These powders carried a kind of fragrance that permeated the entire hall. Xiaohua raised his hand and wanted to use his magic power to sweep away these powders. However, when he raised his hand, an indescribable feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. 2 lines of an unknown poem appeared in his mind. The spring silkworm's silk ends when it dies, and the wax torch turns into ashes until tears dry up. No matter how domineering and rude Lan Xichen's methods were, her kindness to the younger disciples of the incense cult was unparalleled. As a Dao sect senior, she had long surpassed the 9th stage of Dao transformation. For the sake of the survival of the younger disciples, she still treated Xiaohua as an equal and even called herself I. This alone was enough to move Xiaohua, who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Weren't these powders and fragrances the result of Lan Xichen's efforts for the sake of the incense cult? Since Xiaohua had such thoughts, Emo Lianxi and the others naturally had the same thoughts. They all raised their heads and allowed the powders to fall on them. They allowed the powders to fall on their faces and heads. The strange thing was that the shattered fireflies formed by Lan Xichen's Yuan Shen projection also fell. Most of them landed on Xiaohua's body, while a small portion landed on Emo Lianxi and the other 3. These shattered fireflies immediately merged into their bodies the moment they touched their skin. A strange feeling arose in everyone's heart. It was as if their minds and Dao realms had solidified. Moreover, when the Yuan Shen projection landed on them, the powders also merged into their bodies. Rings of colorful halos overflowed from the top of everyone's heads. After a full 5 minutes, Lan Xichen's soul projection completely disappeared. The powders that filled the main hall also fell onto the bluestone floor. Only then did everyone wake up as if from a dream. Disciple thanks Ancestral Master. Mo Lianxi and the others were ecstatic. They all knelt on the ground and expressed their gratitude. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was a bit confused. However, he also knew that this was Lan Xichen's good intentions, so he bowed towards the sky. After a while, Mo Lianxi and the others climbed up from the ground. They looked at the basically ruined Haoming Palace and smiled bitterly. Daoist Xiao, I'm sure you already know the ins and outs of this matter. It's not that I didn't tell you earlier, but that I didn't know at all. Xiaohua nodded and said, Sect Masterum, please rest assured. Since I've already promised Senior Lan, I'll definitely do it. As long as I can escape from the ruins, I'll definitely bring the orthodoxy of the incense cult out. I'll let the descendants of the incense cult spread their branches and leaves in other cultivation realms. I won't hesitate to ensure that the incense cult survives. Speaking of this, Xiaohua hesitated and said, Also, didn't Senior Lan say it? She only predicted the beginning of the robbery and also predicted my arrival. However, she didn't predict the end of the calamity. The incense cult might not necessarily be in this calamity. Although Xiaohua didn't finish his words, Mo Lianxi also understood what he meant. He smiled and said, We're only planning for the worst. As for whether we live or die, that's the decision of the heavens. Damn it, maybe when this chaos star storm comes, the devil race of the ruins will scatter and the crisis of the ruins will be resolved without a fight. Xiaohua listened to Mo Lianxi's words of joy in the midst of bitterness and felt rather uncomfortable. However, he didn't know how to comfort him, so he simply didn't say anything. Daoist Xiao, this place is already abandoned. Let's go to the Flying Rainbow Palace. Mo Lianxi looked around and suggested. Xiaohua shook his head and replied, No need. This place was personally set up by Senior Lan. I'd better settle the matter that she's worried about here. Alright. Mo Lianxi didn't delay and replied. He turned his head and asked, Elder Chang, I'm sure that by now, you already understand the mission this sect master gave you when you assumed the position of elder that day, right? The white-robed scholar Chang Min said very respectfully, This subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate apologizes to the sect master. This subordinate doubted the sect master that day because this subordinate didn't understand the secret behind it. AI, Chang Min, do you think this sect master likes to take on this position? Mo Lianxi sighed. Since this sect master took over the incense cult, I have to rack my brains every day. How is that the life this sect master wants? Cough cough. Xiaohua couldn't help but cough. Looking at this scholar with a bitter expression, he really felt distressed. Wasn't he also forced to duck onto a perch? He had already done something beyond his ability. Unfortunately, Mo Lianxi misunderstood Xiaohua. He thought that Xiaohua was reminding him not to waste time, so he hurriedly said to Chang Min, Are the 30,000 male and female disciples you sent to the forbidden area safe and sound? Chang Min bowed. This subordinate has followed the sect master's instructions and secretly recruited 15,000 male and 15,000 female disciples from all over the ruins. All of them had excellent aptitudes and were sent to the forbidden area of our fragrant cult, where they were taught the basic cultivation methods of our sect. Good. Mo Lianxi nodded, then looked at the middle-aged cultivator with a yellow face and asked, What about Elder Wu's task? Chapter 4156. Reporting to Sect Master. Wu Hong also bowed and said respectfully, Although this subordinate doesn't know why Sect Master needs all kinds of pills, spirit herbs, and other things, this subordinate has been working hard on this matter after receiving the mission. Although the amount of pills and spirit herbs hasn't reached Sect Master's requirements, it's not far off. Good. Mo Lianxi smiled and said, We have our own arrangements, and the seniors have their own arrangements. It doesn't matter if it's a little short. Hiss. Hearing this, Wu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of a problem. After all, each generation of the fragrant religion sect master had to prepare 30,000 disciples. Each generation of disciples was different, but what about medicinal pills and spirit grasses? Those could be stored. After so many years, how many pills and spirit herbs had sect master accumulated? What about those qi refining materials, magic weapons, and other things? Thinking of this, Wu Hong couldn't help but look at Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's expression didn't change. It was unknown if he didn't think of this, or if he wasn't moved by this amount at all. Finally, Mo Lianxi looked at the burly man, Bai Jinzhong. Without waiting for him to speak, Bai Jinzhong called out, "Sect Master, this subordinate has reported to Sect Master every year about what you told this subordinate to do. I've already dealt with it properly. Whatever cultivation methods, secret techniques, alchemy techniques, refining techniques, and so on, as long as this subordinate can find it, regardless of the sect, I've left it in the forbidden area." Mo Lianxi didn't say anything more. She responded and ordered, "You all go to the forbidden area together. Once this sect master and Taoist shall discuss some things, we'll go now." This subordinate obeys. The three bowed and left at the same time. After the three left, Mo Lianxi looked at the calm Xiaohua and said solemnly, "Taoist Xiao, I will hand over my sect master's descendants to you. The life and death of these disciples, as well as the pills, cultivation methods, and so on, will be handed over to you. As long as sect master can survive, I will thank you on behalf of all the seniors of sect master." After she finished saying those words, Mo Lianxi actually bowed respectfully. She appeared to be very serious. How could Xiaohua not know the meaning behind Mo Lianxi's words? He didn't immediately help Mo Lianxi up. Instead, he accepted the bow and said, "Sect Master Mo, please don't worry. Whatever this Xiao takes from the sect master today, I will hand it over to the future disciples of the incense cult. Even if it's a cultivation technique or a spirit herb, this Xiao will not stain it." "Many thanks." Mo Lianxi's eyes were filled with gratitude as she continued, "However, my fragrant sect has been accumulating for who knows how many years. There are a lot of spirit herbs and pills inside. If Taoist needs them, feel free to use them. Just give them what they need." Rest assured, sect leader Mo," Xiaohua said with a smile, "although this Xiao likes to take advantage of others, when it comes to matters concerning the life and death of a sect, or even things entrusted to me by others, I will always be cautious. Moreover, to be honest with sect chief, although our Fortune Gates Foundation can't compare to the fragrant cults, it's not that far off." Speaking of this, Xiaohua added, "In fact, the most important thing is that this Xiao is the same as sect master Mo. We both don't like to be sect master. We both like to be free cultivators." Mo Lianxi laughed and clapped. "People who like freedom can't be that bad. This one is relieved that Ancestor Lan has chosen Taoist. At the very least, Taoist can throw my fragrant cult's 30,000 disciples together and give them cultivation techniques, pills, and other things, and let them fend for themselves. You definitely won't have any evil thoughts and stain these things." Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Mo Lianxi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Sect Master Mo, could it be that you're keeping this Xiao here to test this Xiao's tolerance?" "Oh." Mo Lianxi stopped smiling and said solemnly, "I naturally didn't keep Taoist Xiao here for this matter. It's because of the devil race's siege on the ruins." Xiaohua nodded. "Please speak, Sect Master Mo. Is there any other secret this Xiao doesn't know?" Mo Lianxi pondered for a moment and said, "The war between the ruins and the devil race has lasted for hundreds of years. The resources of the ruins have been greatly consumed, and the war situation has always been disadvantageous to the ruins. Previously, this one still had a trace of luck, feeling that evil won't prevail over good, and that our human race will definitely win in the end. However, Taoist Zhao's arrival and the divination technique of my fragrant cult's ancestor completely extinguished this trace of luck. Actually, this one has always had a few doubts about this war." "Sect Master, please speak," Xiaohua asked with interest. "First, the reason why the devil race is besieging our ruins. Lianxi explained, there have been many discussions in the discussion hall, such as blood food, souls, and so on. However, until today, there hasn't been a clear conclusion. Xiaohua interrupted, This one feels that the devil race might be searching for something in the ruins. Searching for what? What does our ruins have that's worth the devil race making such a big fuss over? My fragrant cult has been in the ruins for who knows how many years, and never knew that there's something in the ruins that other places don't have. Xiaohua was at a loss for words. Of course, the secrets of the Shindao sect were not suitable for him to speak of. Moreover, he didn't have any evidence. Second, why did the devil race encircle our ruins so tightly? Even the transmission channels in the void are completely cut off. Lianxi said through gritted teeth, if you say that there are no cultivators in our ruins to provide support, this one won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Xiaohua couldn't answer this question, but this question had been raised by the Shindao sect's Yun Che before, so Xiaohua had some ideas in his heart. However, before Xiaohua could speak, Lianxi continued, this one didn't find any clues before, but since Zhang Jing of the Hong Hall and Fei Cheng of the Jing Feishan sect came to find trouble with the Fortune Gate at such a crucial time, then I think they must be hiding something. Is there a third one? Xiaohua asked with interest. Lianxi smiled. In the past, there was a third one, but now there's no third one. But Xiaohua asked curiously. Previously, I was wondering how the Devil Emperor of the Devil Clan could avoid my guardian formation of the ruins and enter the ruins so easily. However, since you've already seen the Devil formation and can enter and leave the guardian formation freely, my question is no longer a problem. Xiaohua smiled and said, actually, this Xiao feels that Sect Master Mo's second question shouldn't exist either. Oh. Lianxi was stunned for a moment before a strange light flashed through her eyes. She clapped her hands and said, Taoist Master is right. If that demonic formation has a demonic spirit, then I'm sure it will be able to detect the teleportation channel in the void after inspecting the guardian formation of the ruins. I didn't think that the Mayfly race's devilish sovereign would possess such an ability, but with the devilish formation's devilish spirit, he should be able to do so. However, Lianxi changed the topic. Even so, Zhang Jing of Yanhong Palace and Fei Cheng of Jing Feishan made such a move at this critical moment. He deserves to die. This is what sect leader Mo wants to do. This Xiao is only responsible for escaping from the ruins. Xiaohua replied with a smile. This Xiao doesn't care about anything else. That's right. Lianxi saw that she couldn't get anything from Xiaohua and chuckled. Taoist Master, please come with this one. 30,000 people are indeed a lot, and my incense cult doesn't have a spatial divine artifact to hold them for now. I heard that Taoist Master Xiao has a fake Kunlun mirror that should be able to hold 30,000 disciples, right? Since Senior Lan has already calculated it, sect leader Mo doesn't need to worry, right? Xiaohua replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Half a day later, Xiaohua bid farewell to Lianxi in the air above the 7 ridge mountains. In order not to attract the attention of others, Chang Min, Wu Hong, and Bai Jianzhong didn't send him off. Xiaohua only spoke a few words to Lianxi before flying away. It looked like a simple visit. However, after flying for a while, Xiaohua's escape light slowed down again. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, Lianxi is right. This Xiao has feelings for Yu Mingxin, but since the ruins are about to be destroyed, why don't this Xiao take her away? Anyway, bringing 30,000 disciples is the same as bringing her along, it doesn't make much difference. Moreover, if I bring Yu Mingxin, this incense cult will have a leader who has seen the dangers of the world. She will be useful for the future development of the incense cult. Although the 30,000 disciples in the Forbidden Grounds have the embryonic form of the incense cult, these disciples have grown up in the Forbidden Grounds and have never come out to train. They might lose themselves in the hidden Immortal continent. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly froze and couldn't help but exclaim, that's right, every sect leader of the incense cult has to nurture 30,000 disciples. Moreover, the matters of the Forbidden Grounds can't be leaked. Then, Where did the 30,000 disciples of the previous generation go? Sigh, forget it. Why should this Xiao think so much? The more Xiaohua thought, the more depressed he became. He smiled bitterly. Yumingxin's matter is easy. She's just one person. When this Xiao leaves, I'll just take her with me. It's not good to talk too much now. The fragrant religion's accumulation over thousands of generations was extremely rich. Xiaohua originally wanted to organize and see what he needed and make a copy. As for the spiritual herbs and other things, he would choose and plant them according to his needs. But now, his impression of the fragrant religion was very bad. He simply ordered Xiaogui to plant all kinds of spiritual herbs in the space and study all the pill recipes. In any case, what he could use and what he couldn't use, he would leave them behind. Xiaohua flew for a while and released his divine sense. He found the nearest transportation array and his figure landed. The transportation array in the ruins was very complete. There was no need to fly to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. He only needed to use the transportation array to reach the soaring Dragon Mountain range. This was definitely good news for Xiaohua, who had no sense of direction. After arriving at the transportation array closest to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, Xiaohua was just about to ask about the direction of the soaring Dragon Mountain range when he saw several Dao sect cultivators who flew out before him. When they saw him, their expressions changed and they hurriedly tried to fly away. Xiaohua frowned as if he thought of something. With a wave of his sleeve, he sealed the area around him. No matter how those cultivators tried, they couldn't fly even half a step. Chapter 4157. Mercy, Taoist Xiao, mercy? We just came to take a look. We don't have any other intentions. Seeing that they couldn't escape, all of them turned around and begged for mercy with ashen faces. Xiaohua looked at them coldly and asked, "What do you mean by other intentions?" The cultivators stammered, not daring to answer. "Speak!" Xiaohua snapped. "If you don't speak, this old man will kill all of you right now." Yes. The cultivator at the front was very clever and hurriedly answered. Junior and the others heard that Senior Xiao has the devil race's cultivation method and is a devil race's spy. What Taoist Xiao said earlier about the devil emperor leading the devil race to exterminate the 10 sects in the southwest border was just a pretense to lure the cultivators from the ruins to help and exterminate them. In fact, the truth of this matter is, Taoist Xiao is the devil emperor. Senior and some devil monarchs put on a good show to deceive the White Cloud Monastery and other sects in the southwest border. First, you let the devil monarchs lead the devil race to besiege them, and then you easily rescued those sections. Then, you replaced the 8 sects' intact protective formation with a flawed formation, and even took the opportunity to take a lot of benefits from the White Cloud Monastery and other sects. Xiaohua was originally angry, but when he heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, his smile in the eyes of everyone was tantamount to an order to kill. That cultivator was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. What else? Xiaohua stopped smiling and said coldly, "If you want to live, tell this old man everything." Also, because the snow-chopping sect and the Eternal Peace Mountain didn't listen to the Fortune Gate's arrangements and replaced the protective formation, they were exterminated by the Fortune Gate. Not a single disciple survived. After that cultivator finished, he trembled and said, "Junior and the others just came to watch the show. We don't have any other intentions. You want to take advantage of the situation, don't you?" Xiaohua asked coldly. Seeing that he was forced into a dead end, the cultivator simply nodded and admitted, "Junior knows that there are only a few 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples, and they have profited a lot from the southwest border, so I wanted to see if I could get lucky." Xiaohua chuckled coldly as he looked at the pale-faced cultivators, who looked as if they had just lost their parents. Inwardly, he was filled with disdain. The ruins were the upper world, and the cultivators here were much more talented than those in the 3 continents. However, when it came to temperament, they weren't that strong. The so-called human nature, be it immortals, mortals, or the great desolate realm, as long as one was a human, they were all the same. Moreover, judging from the current situation, although the Fortune Gate's disciples had made a name for themselves in the southwest border, and Taoist Zhao's name was like the sun at midday. This kind of charitable act had also become a thorn in the eyes of certain sects and cultivators, affecting the benefits of certain forces. His fortune gate had no foundation in the ruins, and this kind of conflict would erupt sooner or later. Him revealing the demon race's cultivation method was just a trigger. In fact, those forces might have seen the devil spirit Xiao Hua's devil cultivation method long ago, but they didn't have the chance. Now that they saw him injured by the devil emperor, they decided to launch an attack together. At this point, the Xiao feels that Yun Che and Emolianxi's thoughts are not without reason. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. If it wasn't the demon race's spy, then it must be a short-sighted person who only cares about what's in front of him. Otherwise, why would he cut off his own arm? Oh, of course, maybe this Xiao's fortune gate's several 100,000 disciples can't see those people in their eyes, and they don't care about this. If that's the case, that's the best. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. This ruins is a mess. The demon race used the devil spirit's devil formation to besiege us, and then there's the great desolate star storm that destroyed the star field. This Xiao doesn't even know how to escape. Who cares about the life and death of the ruins? Forget it, let's stop. Sometimes, it's not easy to be a good person. Xiao Hua's expression changed several times, and the group of cultivators didn't dare to speak. In the end, Xiao Hua ordered, "Take this old man to the soaring dragon mountain range." Senior. The group of cultivators begged again. Junior was just momentarily blinded by greed. "Shut up, are you going or not?" Xiao Hua said decisively, "If you don't go, this old man will kill all of you right now." Yes. How could the group of cultivators dare to say anything else? They urged their magic power to rush towards the soaring dragon mountain range, and along the way, every cultivator who saw Xiao Hua scattered, not daring to fly forward. Seeing more and more cultivators, Xiao Hua's mood became colder and colder. However, when he saw the situation near the soaring dragon mountain range with his divine sense, the anger that he had been holding back burned again. The sky several thousand li around the soaring dragon mountain range was filled with cultivators. Half of these cultivators were dressed neatly, and they were divided into 8 teams that surrounded the mountain range. In the gaps between the 8 teams, the other half of cultivators were filling in. These cultivators were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 5 or 6. Although they weren't as strict as the 8 teams, they seemed to have their own division of labor. They were constantly watching the soaring dragon mountain range to prevent the Fortune Gate's disciples from escaping. As for the soaring dragon mountain range surrounded by cultivators, the 2 lightning boats were still floating in the air. At this time, the lightning boat's brilliance had already dimmed. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed, and the pressure around his body was released uncontrollably along with his divine sense. A hurricane appeared in the surrounding 100 li, and this hurricane blew up the mountain rocks and swept up the rivers. Mixed with Xiao Hua's anger, it rushed towards the soaring dragon mountain range 10,000 li away. Xiao Hua released his grand ascension stage pressure, and the surrounding Tao Gate's disciples had already been suppressed to the point that their bones turned soft and their tendons numb. One by one, their bodies trembled and fell from the sky. As for whether they lived or died, how could Xiao Hua care? An afterimage flashed past, and Xiao Hua disregarded his injuries and teleported towards the soaring dragon mountain range. Woo! When Xiao Hua landed near the soaring dragon mountain range, his pressure and divine sense had already condensed into a hurricane that was 1,000 li in size. Within the hurricane were countless mountain rocks, and they smashed towards the troops surrounding the soaring dragon mountain range. Xiao Hua's pressure was like a dragon, and it completely covered the surrounding 1,000 li. About 20% of the low-level cultivators were unable to use their magic power, and they involuntarily fell from the sky. The remaining 30% of the cultivators clenched their teeth and used their magic treasures to resist, but under the attack of the mountain-like divine sense, these cultivators also fell like dumplings. Taoist Master Xiao, please wait. Seeing that half of the disciples had already been defeated before Xiao Hua could make a move, several void refinement stage cultivators hastily flew out from various places and used all kinds of magic treasures in their hands to block Xiao Hua's divine sense. Xiao Hua slowly withdrew his pressure and divine sense, and a lot of rocks, dead branches, and water fell from the sky, hitting the bodies of these cultivators. These cultivators didn't resist, and let the debris hit their protective light. What? You want to stop this old man from returning to the soaring Dragon Mountain range? Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Junior is Huang Li of the Yanhong Hall, and has come under the orders of the Assembly Hall, to investigate the movements of the Fortune Gate's disciples. That cultivator respectfully said, Junior and the others will not care about the entry and exit of the Fortune Gate's disciples. If Senior wants to return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, Junior naturally wouldn't dare to stop you. However, Junior asks for Senior's understanding. Junior is just following orders. Please don't make things too difficult for Junior. Moreover, Junior has already reported this matter to the Fortune Gate's senior son, and he didn't have any objections. Good. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. Since you all know etiquette, this old man will give you 3 words. Senior, please speak. Huang Li's heart relaxed, and he hurriedly replied. Xiao Hua indifferently said, the first 2 words are, get out of my way. Yes. Huang Li hurriedly dodged to the side. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he flew past Huang Li's side and said again, the last word is, scram. Yes. Huang Li casually agreed, but he was dumbfounded as he watched Xiao Hua's disappearing figure. He bit his lips, and no one knew what he was thinking. Sun Jian and the others were already aware of Xiao Hua's return, and all of them flew into the air to welcome him. Xiao Hua saw that all his disciples were safe and sound, and there was even a smile on his face. His heart finally relaxed, and he waved his hand to let his disciples rest, while he led Sun Jian and several of his clones to the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. General Sun, Xiao Hua asked, what's the situation of the Snow/Gates battle? Reporting to Dao Master. Sun Jian bowed and said, the Snow/Gates situation is different from the White Cloud Monastery. Without waiting for Sun Jian to finish, Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, this old man doesn't want to know the details of the Snow/Gates situation. This old man only wants to know the result and the casualties of my Fortune Gate. Sun Jian understood Xiao Hua's mood and said after pondering for a moment, not a single Snow/Gates disciple survived. The Snow/Gates orthodoxy and everything were taken by my Fortune Gate's disciples into their spatial rings. My Fortune Gate's disciples lost 3,000 in this battle. Why are there so many? Xiao Hua frowned and said in displeasure. Sun Jian hurriedly bowed. This subordinate is incompetent. There's no need to blame General Sun. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said with a smile. The Snow/Gate is several times bigger than the Eternal Peace Mountain, and they are also very strange. Moreover, the devil race that controls the Snow/Gate is not only the zombie race, but also a kind of devil race that is covered in devil armor. Their skin is very tough and their flesh is very hard to kill. Moreover, these 3,000 disciples who died had just come out from the Kunlun Mirror and didn't go through too many bloody battles. General Sun, please stand up. Xiao Hua's expression became slightly better as he helped Sun Jian up and said, this old man is not blaming General, this old man just feels that the Grand Meeting Hall is too much. Hee hee. Sun Jian stood up and laughed. This son had already thought of this ending when I took over the 2 lightning boats. With such a strong appearance, it will definitely affect the distribution of forces in the ruins. Some people in the Grand Meeting Hall are using Master Zhao's cultivation techniques to talk about things, and sending out low-level disciples to scout the area. It's nothing. If this son enters the Grand Meeting Hall again, then that will be the start of the real battle between dragons and tigers. Tiske, who would want a seat in the Grand Meeting Hall? Xiao Hua sneered. If it weren't for the fact that the devil race in the ruins is really abominable, and we need to escape from the ruins, who would care about the ruins business? Chapter 4158. So, Sun Jian persuaded, since Master Zhao's intention is to save people, he doesn't care about fame or power. Just let them do as they please? Why make things difficult for these low-level disciples? Moreover, with them guarding the soaring Dragon Mountain range, it saves my Fortune Gate the trouble of sending out disciples. Don't care about this. Xiaohua ordered, "Pass down the order. In 2 hours, my Fortune Gate's disciples will enter the lightning boat. We will leave the soaring Dragon Mountain range. We can't leave a single hair to them." "We can leave?" Sun Jian's eyes lit up as he asked in pleasant surprise. "How could it be so simple?" Xiaohua shook his head. This old man doesn't like these lackeys in the hall of discussion. Since they are willing to follow, then let them follow. This old man also wants to take this opportunity to explore the ruins. This subordinate feels that it's better to stay still than to take action. Sun Jian still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua smiled and said, "Actually, there are some reasons that this old man cannot tell you for the time being. Just do as I say." "All right." Sun Jian helplessly bowed and flew away. "Fellow Taoists." Xiaohua looked at his several avatars and said, "You all have worked hard. We dare not." Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others cupped their hands and answered, "Come back and cultivate first." Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "Also, help this old man sort out the cultivation techniques and see what they are used for." Xiaohua divided the fragrance religion's inheritance into several parts and gave them to his avatars. Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others took the spatial rings and entered Xiaohua's body. Phoenix Physique Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body and immediately used a secret technique to repair his body. Confucian Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body and circulated his true qi to extinguish the devil flames. As for Devil Spirit Xiaohua, he opened his mouth and swallowed the devil flames and devil qi that were difficult to extinguish into his abdomen to temper himself. Each avatar performed their own duties, leaving only Buddha Subhuti standing there. He did not return to his Niwen palace. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Subhuti chanted and put his palms together. Did Tanyu leave the soaring Dragon Mountain range for the countless wandering souls in the ruins? What do you think? Xiaohua asked with a faint smile. This penniless monk has already tried it in the snow/gate. This penniless monk's Buddhist mantra is unable to send those pitiful wandering souls into the cycle of reincarnation. This must be because the demonic array has sealed the gate of life and death that leads to the Yellow Springs. They want to use these wandering souls to refine demonic artifacts. Buddha Bodhi replied, "If Tanyu has the heart, he can collect these wandering souls. On one hand, he can gather merit, and on the other hand, he can take drastic measures to deal with the devil race." "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "I left the soaring Dragon Mountain range because of this. Now that the ruins are filled with wandering souls, sooner or later, they will bring a disaster to the ruins. Why don't we take advantage of them now? Of course, I could have gone by myself. The reason why I dragged the Fortune Gate's disciples and the other fellow Taoists along was because the Grand Meeting Hall's attention was focused on the soaring Dragon Mountain range. This would be disadvantageous to fellow Taoist Green Robe who was constructing the transmission array. This teleportation formation is the key to leaving the ruins. We can't be careless. Can't Tanyu rely on the soul cultivator's technique to teleport?" Buddha Bodhi was a little perplexed. "Why is there a need to build a teleportation array?" This fellow Taoist doesn't understand. Xiaohua smiled and said, "The ruins is the upper realm, and the Great Snow Mountain of the hidden Immortal mainland is the lower realm. Previously, we were lucky enough to detect the Great Snow Mountain spiritual sense mark in the time fragment of the heavenly prison. Now, it's even more difficult to cross realms to find the spiritual sense mark. If there wasn't a transmission array, I wouldn't dare to believe it. But, even if there is a transmission array, it's not possible to construct a transmission array that crosses 2 realms, right?" Buddha Bodhi shook his head and said, "Otherwise, wouldn't the 3 continents be filled with Immortal World's cultivators and long-used Dragon Clan? AI. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "How could I not know about this? However, since the transmission array from the heavenly prison to the Great Snow Mountain passes through the ruins, then when we leave the ruins and return to the Great Snow Mountain, don't we also need to use the transmission array? As long as we can find the spiritual sense mark of the Great Snow Mountain, I have confidence that I can return to the Great Snow Mountain." At this point, Xiaohua smiled again and said, "The ruins is the upper realm, and even the devil race has the ability to seal the gate of life and death. The transmission array that we construct may not be unable to directly connect the 3 continents, right? That's impossible. Buddha Bodhi didn't feel that Xiao Hua's thinking was correct, and explained, if Tanyu can construct a transmission array from the ruins to the 3 continents, then wouldn't Tanyu be able to use this transmission array to travel between the 3 continents and the ruins as he pleases? This is the upper realm, and although the cultivation method is different, the heaven and earth origin energy here is much denser than the 3 continents. Cultivating here, not to mention Tanyu, even Fortune Gate's disciples are ordinary cultivators. And that so-called Great Desolate Star Storm, how could it destroy the ruins? Xiao Hua sighed. What Buddha Bodhi could think of, he could naturally think of as well. Every word that Buddha Bodhi said was true. The ruins might be in existence that surpassed the immortal world, so how could he rely on a transmission array to travel between 2 realms? These 2 realms were different from the Moon God realm and Taibai Star realm. They might be the 2 realms of the mortal world and the immortal world. At this time, Xiao Hua could only reply, what Immortal Friend said is true. But now that we are facing the siege of the devil race, facing the Great Desolate Star Storm, other than constructing a transmission array to escape, what other methods do we have? Buddha Bodhi was straightforward. This poor monk is just saying, whether to do it or not is up to Tanyu. This poor monk will take his leave. After saying that, Buddha Bodhi flew into his Naiwan palace. Damn it, since you were just saying, then don't say any more. Xiao Hua scolded in annoyance. This Xiao's originally unhappy mood is even worse now. Then, Xiao Hua summoned the green-robed Xiao Hua over, and after a few words of discussion, he made a copy of the incense cult's method of constructing the transmission array for him, and then had the green-robed Xiao Hua speed up the construction. Only then did he let the green-robed Xiao Hua return to the Great Formation. After doing all this, Xiao Hua flew into the air, waved his hand, and put away the formation. Then he waved his sleeves, and several sword lights fell on the mountain peak. Rumble. With a loud bang, the entire mountain peak was destroyed by Xiao Hua, and the layers of green bamboo and the previous memories disappeared. Xiao Hua looked at the battle teams around him and completely ignored them, and flew to the 2 thunderboats that were ready to set off. Xiao Hua landed on the lightning boat. His divine sense swept over the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and he saw that the palaces and cultivation caves that had been built earlier were all destroyed by the Fortune Gate's disciples. They had really done as Xiao Hua had said, not leaving a single hair behind. Xiao Hua was very satisfied and asked loudly, General Sun, is everything ready? Reporting to the Reverend, everything is ready. Sun Jian bowed and answered. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to give the order, his divine perception suddenly swept over and he actually saw several disciples dressed in White Cloud Monastery's Taoist robes. Xiao Hua's expression froze, and he said with some surprise, General Sun, why are the disciples of White Cloud Monastery also here? Reverend. Sun Jian's expression did not change as he answered, not only the White Cloud Monastery's disciples, other than the Eternal Peace Mountain and Snow Chopper Gate, all the other sects' disciples have come. There are even 2 sects that have begun to dismantle their sects' defensive formations. Also, a portion of the Fortune Gate's disciples that were sent by the Grand Meeting Hall to assist our Fortune Gate are staying here to monitor our Fortune Gate's disciples' movements. Xiao Huan nodded coldly and said, the help of self-sacrifice is far from comparable to bewitchment. My sons, follow this old man and kill. Kill! Hearing Xiao Hua's order, Sun Jian was stunned. Xiao Hua had never issued orders to the Fortune Gate's disciples. This was the first time. However, hearing Xiao Hua's order, Sun Jian was alarmed. He understood that there were some people with ulterior motives in the Grand Meeting Hall who had sent low-level disciples to surround the Fortune Gate's disciples. They wanted to see the scene of the Fortune Gate's disciples killing indiscriminately. As long as the Fortune Gate's disciples saw blood, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Teacher Xiao. Sun Jian hastily sent a voice transmission to Xiao Hua, wanting to stop him. However, as soon as he spoke, he immediately shut his mouth, because Xiao Hua's cultivation level was becoming increasingly unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, Two thick bolts of lightning appeared on the two thunderbolts. As Xiao Hua pushed with both hands, the bolts of lightning exploded like a mountain torrent, majestically rushing towards one direction. My son's block. The lightning bolts were heading towards a group of people who were besieged. The leader of the group was already trembling with fear when he saw the unparalleled momentum of the lightning bolts. However, he did not dare to dodge and could only brace himself to issue orders. The tens of thousands of cultivators activated their magic treasures in an attempt to block the lightning bolts. Rumble. Amidst a series of rumbling sounds, all the cultivators' magic treasures were destroyed by the lightning bolts. The cultivators were also injured by the lightning bolts. Their bodies fell to the ground, and the entire group collapsed in an instant. Wang. At the same time as the group collapsed, the two lightning bolts emitted rumbling sounds. The lightning bolts' huge shadows carried a shocking momentum as they slowly rolled over the tens of thousands of cultivators' heads. Flashing lightning bolts, the lightning bolts' speed became faster and faster. Quickly report to the Grand Meeting Hall. The Fortune Gate's disciples have finally made their move. Amidst the chaotic voices, some of the commanders anxiously ordered. While some of the other commanders stared blankly in the direction of the two lightning bolts, bewildered, why are the Fortune Gate's disciples returning to the Snow Chopping Gate? Didn't they just return from the Snow Chopping Gate? However, doubts were just doubts. None of the commanders dared to be negligent. While reporting to the Grand Meeting Hall, they reorganized their teams and released their flying boats, following behind the Fortune Gate's disciples. After flying for several days, Huang Li and the other cultivators were surprised again. They were well aware of the lightning boat speed, but at this time, the lightning boats were neither fast nor slow, as if they were waiting for them to catch up. Even after arriving at the Snow Chopping Gate, the lightning boats did not stop at all. They turned around and flew in the direction of the Water Cloud sect. The Water Cloud sect's disciples were naturally scared out of their wits when they saw this. Because the Water Cloud sect was one of the sects that had dismantled the capital star formation, they thought that the Fortune Gate's disciples were going to bring bad luck to the Water Cloud sect. But what was equally strange was that the Fortune Gate's disciples only circled the Water Cloud sect a few times. Just like the Snow Chopping Gate, they did not pay attention to the Water Cloud sect's disciples' vigilance at all and calmly flew to other sections. Chapter 4159. After spending several months circling the southwest border of the ruins, the two lightning boats once again headed north, heading towards the northwest. This time, the cultivators in the meeting hall and the disciples following them were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the rhythm of a sightseeing tour? Weren't there supposed to be attacks and spies? Where did all of that go? Of course, in these few months, the devil race did not give up on attacking the ruins. The all-pervasive devil formation could still find loopholes in the Great Barrier Formation, sending devil kings and devil monarchs into the ruins through the Devil Chi passageway. However, facing the devil race army, the Fortune Gate disciples no longer charged forward like before. Instead, they feinted and lured the devil army over, borrowing the lightning boat's power to escape early. In the eyes of the devil race, the lightning boats had already become a banner. Many devil race experts who had suffered greatly at the hands of the Fortune Gate had already spread the lightning boat's power. When the devil race saw that the lightning boats had been defeated without a fight, they rejoiced. Naturally, they would not chase after the lightning boats. Thus, they grabbed the various forces following the Fortune Gate disciples and killed them. Most of these forces were low-level disciples. How could they be a match for the devil race? Each of them cried for their parents as they fled on their magic tools and flying boats, not bothering to find trouble with the Fortune Gate disciples. Thus, after a few times like this, other than a few cultivators who had received strict orders from the meeting hall to follow the lightning boats from afar, there were no more large groups of disciples following the lightning boats. Unfortunately, these cultivators only stayed for a little over 10 days before they were defeated. This was because the lightning boats no longer looked like they were going on a sightseeing tour. They sped up, shuttling through the ruins like lightning. This time, these cultivators were even more dumbfounded. They really did not understand what the Fortune Gate disciples were doing. Were they exploring the ruins' terrain? Were they exploring the ruins' secrets? Or were they looking for something? In short, relying on their flying techniques and flying boats, they could not catch up with the lightning boats. They could only give up on following closely and change their strategy, using the ruins' transmission arrays to follow the lightning boats. Fortunately, the lightning boats did not deliberately hide their tracks. Relying on their understanding of the ruins, these cultivators could always see the lightning boats leaving after exiting some transmission arrays. This went on for over 10 years. Not to mention the cultivators who were tailing them, even the conference hall was puzzled. The thunderboat was like a comb, combing through the entire ruins at an extremely fast speed. Although there were many places that the thunderboat had not been to, the thunderboat had passed by most of them. Moreover, as the lightning boat sped up, the number of Fortune Gate disciples gradually decreased. At some point, the two lightning boats had merged into one, and only a few hundred disciples remained on the lightning boat. Over the past decade or so, the battle between the demon race and the human race was also in a stalemate. Apart from the various small-scale battles, the previous action of wanting to exterminate a sect at the slightest provocation was almost non-existent. Even the 20 demon emperors that had appeared frequently previously would occasionally appear. They would kill a few Dao transformation cultivators before disappearing again. This was a rare scene. Thus, the conference hall of the ruins began to confirm one thing, and that was, the number of demon emperors besieging the ruins was not as many as they had imagined. The 20 demon emperors were just a cover. The real number was probably 3, or perhaps 5, and definitely not more. Because after Xiao Hua came to the ruins, Taoist Xiao and his fellow disciples had fought a total of 3 demon emperors after coming to the ruins. At the same time, they had also injured 3 demon emperors. These 10 years were the time for the 3 demon emperors to recover from their injuries. Since they knew that there were only 3 demon emperors besieging the ruins, the conference hall's ambition gradually rose, and they began to plan for a counterattack. Waves of battles were stirred up one after another outside the realm protecting Grand Formation. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to people's wishes. The conference hall wanted to tear a hole in the Devil Array, but the Devil Array was strange. The demon emperors were also guarding the Devil Array. Although they could not really fight, they could still block the conference hall's attacks with the help of the Devil Array, causing the conference hall's battle to be fruitless. While the conference hall was helpless, some cultivators thought of Xiao Hua. However, while the conference hall was sure of one thing, they were also confused about another. What was Xiao Hua doing in the ruins with the Fortune Gate's disciples? Perhaps the Shundao sect's Yun Che had some understanding in his heart, but at this time, he no longer dared to mention the agreement between him and Xiao Hua, and even more so, he did not dare to mention the Shundao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins. Of course, Yun Che did not have any hope for Xiao Hua's fleeting search. The Shundao sect had been in the ruins for who knew how many years, but they had not found it, so how could Xiao Hua find it so easily? Time passed by as the lightning boat shuttled back and forth. Everything was so peaceful that it made people forget that the devil race was besieging the ruins. One day, the lightning boat flew over a mountain range and suddenly stopped. Xiao Hua flew out of the lightning boat and activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand, putting the lightning boat into his space. He then sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. Only then did the group of cultivators realize that this mountain peak was the so-called Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Xiao Hua's starting point began and ended here. In the beginning, Xiao Hua had brought over 100,000 Fortune Gates disciples, and when it ended, Xiao Hua had put all of them into his Space Divine Tool. Only now did some cultivators realize that Xiao Hua was merely a cultivator from the outside world. The battle in the ruins had nothing to do with him, and the Fortune Gates disciples were only Xiao Hua's own disciples. They would not make any more sacrifices for the ruins. When they realized this, many sensitive cultivators felt a trace of nervousness on the eve of a great battle. After all, Xiao Hua had stopped his search and put all of his disciples away. To a large extent, it meant that his injuries had healed. Xiao Hua's injuries had healed, but what about the 3 Devil Emperors' injuries? The conference hall began to have a headache. In the past 10 years, the conference hall had always been in a state of attack. They had gathered the elites of various sects in the ruins around the Great Barrier Formation. Their plan was that even if they could not force the devil race to retreat, they would tear the Great Barrier Formation apart and spread the news of the ruins being besieged. However, until now, there had been no results. Seeing that Xiao Hua's injuries had healed, they knew that they did not have much time left. The three devil emperors would definitely counterattack. The ruins was already in a life-and-death situation. As for the news of the great desolate star storm brought by the Misty School's Yangchong, it was simply concealed by the conference hall. Other than a few people who knew about it, ordinary cultivators did not know about it at all. Of course, this had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. He sat down cross-legged, and a moment later, the green-robed Xiao Hua had quietly returned. Fellow Taoist. Seeing the green-robed Xiao Hua's complacent appearance, Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "Has the transmission array been built?" "Of course. The green-robed Xiao Hua took care of it." The green-robed Xiao Hua replied with a smile, "I comprehended the Tao Sect's transmission array, the Confucian cultivators going south-way north technique, as well as the incense cult's world-crossing teleportation array. Only then did I build this transmission array. I guarantee that as long as fellow Taoist finds the Great Snow Mountain spiritual sense mark and uses it to activate the going south-way north technique, you will definitely be able to build a complete transmission channel and send us back to the Western Paradise." "Fellow Taoist, you have worked hard." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bowed. "Being able to return to the Western Paradise is all thanks to fellow Taoist. No need to thank me, no need to thank me." The green-robed Xiao Hua was unable to close his mouth as he said, "Fellow Taoist is I am also a fellow Taoist, there is no need to thank me." In addition, did fellow Taoist use the Grand Universe Shifting Token to find the location of the Black Wind Ridge's Great Formation? Xiao Hua asked again. The green-robed Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Although the Grand Universe Shifting Token recorded the location of the Black Wind Ridge's transmission array, this item cannot be used in the ruins. I am unable to use this item to find the location of the Black Wind Ridge. And, since that is the case, we will rely on the Soul Cultivator's South Polar North method. Fellow Taoist, please return to the space to cultivate." Xiao Hua released his consciousness and wrapped the green-robed Xiao Hua as he said, "I obtained a lot of good things from the incense cult, I really want to hand them over to you to handle." The green-robed Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as his saliva almost flowed out. He licked his lips and probed, "Magic treasure? Elixirs? Cultivation technique? Crystals?" The three fingers that he stretched out were still slightly rubbing together, making him look exactly like a miser. "That's right." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Didn't I give fellow Taoists some cultivation techniques to comprehend previously? There are still quite a few cultivation techniques together with them. In addition, the founder of the incense cult also left behind some good things for I. Previously, I also gave you a little bit of this cultivation technique, but in order to not disturb you from setting up the formation, I didn't give you all of it. Now, you can properly comprehend it." "Good." The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed heartily. His figure followed Xiao Hua's consciousness into the space. After seeing the green-robed Xiao Hua, the latter's comprehension had already been transmitted to Xiao Hua's mind. The cultivation technique of the founder of the incense cult, Lan Xichen, was very strange to the cultivators of the ruins, but to Xiao Hua, it was very familiar. It was really, as Lan Xichen said, a kind of pleasant surprise. This cultivation technique was the cultivation technique of the immortals of the immortal world. The content was extensive and profound, far more vast than the cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent that Xiao Hua had seen. What made Xiao Hua especially shocked was that this cultivation technique actually also had the Crimson Infant technique, and the content was even more than the Crimson Infant technique. Thus, Xiao Hua couldn't help but suspect Dou Shanjun's identity. The cultivation technique of the immortal world naturally required immortal qi. This was unimaginable in the three continents, but it was easy in the ruins. Of course, Xiao Hua's current cultivation hadn't reached that level yet, so he could only let his numerous doppelgangers find the cultivation technique that they could cultivate and comprehend it first. Even if Xiao Hua had 10 doppelgangers and each of them could find the cultivation technique that they needed to comprehend, The cultivation technique that Xiaohua could understand was only a drop in the ocean compared to the cultivation system of the immortal world. There were indeed many more secret techniques that made Xiaohua envious. Xiaohua didn't dare to be greedy and only allowed his doppelgangers to cultivate the part that they could understand. He couldn't even take a look at the rest of the cultivation technique. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, his cold eyes sweeping across several Dao cultivators in the distance. Then he formed a seal with both hands. Layers of light and shadow emerged from the seal, wrapping Xiaohua himself. Then, countless heaven and earth origin qi rushed in from all directions within several thousand li rainbow-colored pearls condensed on the mountain peak. In the air, it was only a moment. Not to mention the naked eye couldn't see Xiaohua. Even the divine sense of the group of cultivators couldn't pass through the illusion and hurricane. Chapter 4160. Moreover, the illusions and rings of light were very strange. As long as a cultivator's divine sense fell into it, they would see countless small worlds. And in these small worlds, there were mortals who looked exactly like cultivators. They would give birth to many stories in these small worlds. These stories deeply attracted the cultivators whose divine sense fell into it, almost making them lose themselves in it. After waking up, many cultivators' faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly fled, not daring to look around again. Following Xiaohua's spell, a huge palm gradually appeared in midair. This karmic hand was black and white, and dazzling rings of light constantly appeared from the finger, then fell into the air. These rings of light rapidly spread in the air, and at the same time, scattered into the void. Waves of obscure fluctuations distorted the image of the entire mountain peak. The cultivators watching from afar were extremely puzzled, not knowing what Xiaohua was doing. However, at this time, they didn't have time to think too much, because in addition to the strange rings of light that Xiaohua's karmic hand was emitting day and night above the soaring Dragon Mountain range, at this time, the sky above the ruins was once again emitting thunderous sounds. The original brilliance of the sun and moon was now gradually disappearing, and the entire sky began to darken. Boom! Boom! Huge roars began to endlessly reverberate. From the horizon, demonic pillars fell from the sky like huge nails, nailing down from the dark sky. Each demonic pillar was filled with billowing demonic qi and streams of blood, and ferocious devils roared in the demonic pillars. Moreover, as soon as the demonic pillars penetrated the air, there were devils with wings, whimpering as they flew out from the demonic qi. And when the demonic pillars went deeper, there were devils wearing demonic armors, brandishing demonic weapons, and stepping on demonic beasts rushing out. They didn't put the human race in their eyes at all. One demonic pillar after another fell, gradually covering the entire sky, and surging towards the ground of the ruins. Boom! The demonic pillars fell, but in just a moment, the entire world was shaking. The dark and bloody sky had already begun to shake violently, and patches of fiery red appeared from the clouds, and flames began to burn between the demonic pillars. Within the flames, there were naturally tens of thousands of human cultivators who formed teams and pounced towards the demonic pillars. They either activated their flames to burn the demonic pillars or activated their magic treasures to kill the devils. As a result, the darkness in the sky mixed with the color of blood gradually spread to the entire sky. However, in the darkness, large clusters of flames also covered the sky and covered the earth, contending with the demonic aura. It seemed as if the sky was going to be burned through. Flames and darkness were so clearly separated, yet they were also attacking each other. The entire ruins had truly become a furnace of heaven and earth. Roar, dong dong. As soon as the battle began, the sound of war drums could be heard and war songs could be heard. From the mountains and hills on the ground, groups of human cultivators who were lying in ambush rushed into the sky. These cultivators formed teams with arrays and flying ships. Powerful attacks condensed into beams of light that shot into the demonic pillars, killing the devils that escaped from the demonic pillars. Seeing that these teams all flew out from the demonic pillars, it was clear that the conference hall also had a deep understanding of the flaws of the Great Realm Protection Formation. In order to resist the attacks of the devils, they had put in a lot of effort. However, the power of the demonic spirit of the demonic formation was also not to be underestimated. The demonic pillars were like fireworks that shot into the sky, nailing down continuously. There were truly many demonic pillars. Although the majority of the demonic pillars were blocked by human cultivators, there were still many devils that escaped from the demonic pillars and began to attack from the back of the human teams. Moreover, these demonic pillars also became thicker and expanded in the sky, gradually invading the ruins. Towards these demonic pillars that penetrated deep into the ruins, the flames of the Great Realm Protection Formation began to automatically burn them. The human cultivators who were guarding in the distance also hurriedly flew over to kill them. Coincidentally, the mountain peak that Xiaohua was sitting on was also a flaw of the Great Realm Protection Formation. As the demonic formation spread out, a demonic pillar that was several li thick fell with a boom. It was precisely the light shadow of the hand of karma that was already more than 1,000 li above Xiaohua's head. Ao ao ao. That demonic pillar had just touched the multicolored light that shot up into the sky from the hand of karma, and the arrogant devils inside immediately let out miserable shrieks. They simply didn't have the chance to come out of the demonic aura before they turned into powder. The light shadow of the hand of karma was so dazzling in the blood and fire, and so terrifying in the demonic aura. When all the devils and devils saw the unparalleled power, they hurriedly urged their bodies to fly out of the demonic pillars. However, just as they flew out, the multicolored light pierced into their devil bodies like needles. No matter if it was the devils with wings on their backs or the devils wearing armor, or even the devils that appeared like phantoms, they were all torn into pieces. The devils inside the demonic pillars panicked. Each and every one of them used the demonic aura and blood water to go against the flow, wanting to escape back to the demonic formation. However, the power of the demonic pillars wasn't something that the devils could resist. Therefore, each and every one of the devils fell into the hand of karma like moths to a flame and were annihilated. The demonic pillars crossed the soaring Dragon Mountain range and had already spread into the depths of the ruins. The burning clouds were also ignited around the demonic pillars. A great battle suddenly broke out, and a gale began to blow in the ruins. The heaven and earth vital energy in the ruins poured into the Great Realm Protection Formation from the bottom. Following the flames that filled the sky and countless brilliance, the heaven and earth vital energy in the entire ruins was completely stirred up. Hurricanes began to form, blowing across the ground like flying sand and stones. In the sky, the void seemed to be burned by the flames. Cryptic fluctuations were emitted from the black and white cracks. Some of these fluctuations fell into the demonic pillars, instantly extinguishing half of the demonic pillars. Sometimes, they also fell into the troops of the human cultivators, easily killing hundreds of them. The entire sky and the entire earth were in a fierce battle. Although the great battle had just begun, it was already so intense. No one could imagine how the elites of the ruins would deal with even more devils outside the Great Realm Protection Formation. After all, there were devil monarchs and devil emperors there. Compared to other places, the soaring Dragon Mountain range was much quieter. Within 1,000 li of the karmic hand, there was not a single devil. Not even devil chi and blood could be seen. That halo and fluctuations were still rotating and spreading in an orderly manner. This stalemate that was exchanged with blood and fire lasted for several months. The flames of the Great Realm Protection Formation were no longer pure crimson red. They began to be mixed with wisps of blood and devil chi. Although there were very few wisps of blood, it was already enough to explain everything. During this period, many human cultivators flew to the side of the karmic hand. They seemed to be looking for Xiaohua, but in the face of this strange brilliance, no one was able to get close. They had no choice but to return empty-handed. However, on this day, the battle cries did not stop. The halo of the karmic hand began to slowly retract. Xiaohua's figure also appeared in the halo as he formed hand seals. At this time, Xiaohua was so illusory and so otherworldly. An indescribable aura was emitted from his body. This aura seemed to be able to control heaven and earth. It also seemed to be able to control life and death. It even seemed to be able to sort out karma. All the words in the mortal world were unable to describe this thing that could only exist in the upper realm. When the halo of the karmic hand retracted into Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's figure completely solidified. 2 balls of flames flickered in Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua opened his eyes. Xiaohua's eyes were shining like stars, but they were also filled with doubts. Xiaohua ignored the battle in front of him and muttered again, "The ruins is indeed the upper realm. All the laws of the cultivation world do not exist here. The karmic hand seals that could not be used in the hidden immortal continent are not sluggish here. All the karma that can be detected is revealed like a small stream. Although, this Xiao is still unable to clearly see the survival of the ruins, unable to clearly see the outcome of this war between humans and devils, this Xiao can finally see what this Xiao wants to see. It's very strange. Yu Mingxin actually has another opportunity? She doesn't need to go with this Xiao at all? What is this opportunity of hers? Could it be that the devil race is bound to lose in this war? Also, that great desolate star storm that affected the entire cultivation world is fake? Will the ruins be destroyed in this great desolate star storm? Of course, if the devil race is defeated, the teleportation channel will naturally be restored, and the cultivators of the ruins can of course go to Taibai Star Realm and escape this calamity. Of course Yu Mingxin can escape. But if that's the case, why would the fragrance cult's inheritance be handed over to this Xiao? Also, although this Xiao is unable to see the outcome of this war, this Xiao can still vaguely know that the key to the war is at the southwest border. Could it be that the devil race has long since set up an ambush at the southwest border? This Xiao's fortune gate sweeping through the southwest devil race is precisely to destroy the devil emperor's wishful thinking? But the question is, what is the devil emperor's plan at the southwest border? Could it be that the devil emperor and the Shindao sect are looking for fire and earth magnetism? No, that's impossible. The Shindao sect is built on magnetism at Mount Yong. If this Xiao can discover the fire and earth magnetism at the bottom of the cliff, then Yun Che can discover it even more. It's also impossible that the devil race doesn't know. Therefore, the fire and earth magnetism is definitely not what they are looking for. No matter what, the southwest border is definitely the center of the devil emperor's attention. If we want to win this war, we must start from there. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He looked around with some surprise and frowned. What's going on? It's only been a few breaths, and the devil race has already started a large-scale attack? Hee hee. At this time, the scholar cultivator Xiao Hua laughed and said, "You're wrong, fellow immortal. The devil race has been attacking the ruins for more than a few months. Fellow immortal, you're just using a karma art. You don't know how long it has been." A few months. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the flames in the sky, the devil clouds brazenly attacking the flames, the roars of devil beasts and devils, and the war cries of human cultivators. He said indifferently, "The war has just begun. Forget a few months, even if it's a few years, it's nothing." While speaking, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He released the green-robed Xiao Hua and ordered, "Fellow Taoist, please use your nascent soul to explore the surroundings." Chapter 4161. Okay. Green-robed Xiao Hua rushed into his lower dantian and flew away with his 8th tribulation's scattered nascent soul. Sensing the disappearing nascent soul, Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Damn it, I don't only have 1/8 tribulation scattered nascent soul here, there are more than 100 of them. Unfortunately, these scattered nascent souls are spirits and can't fuse with the world's vital energy in the ruins. Although they've passed the lightning tribulation and reached the realm of spirit and flesh, they're still not real spirits and can't come out at will. Especially in the eyes of the devil race, flesh and blood are their delicacies, and spirits are even more so. I won't let them eat raw for nothing. Yeah, if 100 of you can come out, it'll be a great help." That would be another great help. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also agreed. Fellow Taoist soul cultivator. Xiao Hua hovered in midair, releasing his spiritual sense to scout for any signs of activity within a 5,000-kilometer radius. Has there been any movement from the spiritual sense marker we set up on the Great Snow Mountain? Okay, I'll let you know. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua answered. We've been in the ruins for dozens of years, and you've been trapped in the illusion for dozens of years. Then, we've been collecting wandering souls in the ruins for dozens of years. I've been continuously using soul cultivation secret techniques, but unfortunately, the mark of our divine sense doesn't seem to exist, and I can't sense it anymore. Alas, I also divined about this matter just now. Xiaohua shook his head. I don't have any clues, and I don't know if we can leave through the teleportation formation. No matter what, we can't just rely on the going south way north technique this time, we must use the teleportation formation. Scholar Xiaohua suggested. Dao Sect's teleportation formation is also borrowed from my soul cultivation technique. Soul cultivator Xiaohua retorted unconvinced. I think it's enough to rely on the going south way north technique. Big brothers. Devil Spirit Xiaohua suddenly spoke. I think what you said is reasonable, but I also have a plan. I don't know if you're willing to listen. Come here. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and said, I think, since Big Brother can transform into a devil race, we might as well sneak into the devil formation and wait for them to retreat to enter the devil world. Big Brother, don't you have the space vein of the devil world and Dawn Rain continent? If it's possible, we'll return to the Dawn Rain continent from that demon-resisting valley? That's easy for you to say. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua berated. How could it be as easy as you say? The devil race that besieged the ruins seemed to be different from the devil race that we encountered on the Dawn Rain continent. Since the ruins were the upper realm, the devil world that besieged them must also be the upper realm. It must be different from the devil world that we know. In this way, not only will we not be able to find the spatial meridian that leads to the demon-resisting valley, we will be walking right into a trap and be killed by the demon lord or even the demon race that is more powerful than the demon lord. Fellow Immortal, you're wrong. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua retorted. I think what that brat Mo Ling said is very reasonable. Demons are called demon monarchs and demon emperors, which is the same as what we learned in the Dawn Rain continent. Although we don't know whether this demon realm is the same as that demon realm, it's still possible, right? How would we know if we don't go and take a look? Don't Confucian cultivators emphasize that it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books? Fellow Taoists, there's no need to say any more. Xiaohua said with a smile, this place isn't like the heavenly prison. Inside the heavenly prison, we can directly go to the Great Snow Mountain through the time fragments, but this place is the ruins. I don't have the confidence to pass through the barrier between the two worlds, so we can only rely on the teleportation array. Especially if we rely on the fragrance cult's teleportation array that can break through realms. Moreover, the matter of the demon realm is only one possibility. If you and I enter the demon realm, we'll be in the dark. Everywhere we look up and down, there will be devils. Any demon lord that we meet might see through us. It's more dangerous than the burial immortal continent, so let's not talk about this matter. At this point, Xiaohua was afraid that the two doppelgangers would continue to argue, so he changed the topic and said with a smile, all right, this time, we've been traveling in the ruins for more than 10 years. It can be said that we've swept away all the wandering souls that have accumulated in the ruins for hundreds of years. These hundreds of millions of wandering souls fell into the space. Not only did the land on the inside of the space expand 100 times, but the space also expanded once again. On the Shenhua continent, other than the original Fortune Gate disciples, there are 10 times more people living here. Moreover, these newborn babies are equally outstanding. With so many disciples, fellow Taoist Green Robe's Fortune Gate won't be able to hold on. Fellow Taoists, are you interested in opening up branches and spreading leaves on the Shenhua continent and passing down your orthodoxy? Ha, fellow Taoists' words really hit the nail on the head. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, previously, when fellow Taoist Green-Robed established the sect, I wanted to get a few disciples to teach, but that guy refused to let me. After that, we cultivated bitterly in the heavenly prison and didn't see any life or death, so I was too lazy to think about it. Now that the Fortune Gate has taken shape, it's time for me to make a Wuxia manner. I am also interested. Soul cultivator Xiaohua also fought with Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. You all are too late. Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed. I's disciple has already accepted many disciples for I. Now that the ocean in my space has taken shape, my dragon race can reproduce and live in the ocean. While speaking, green-robed Xiaohua turned around and roughly explained the situation. Xiaohua looked at the increasingly dark flames in the sky and didn't say anything for a long time. The situation of the battle was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. Although the human race still held the advantage in the battle inside the ruins and killed many devils in these few months, this was after all the ruins, the foundation of the human race, so they should have the advantage. The battle outside the ruins was not optimistic. Under the siege of the demonic formation, the realm-protecting formation was already in danger. The human cultivators who were fighting against the demonic formation had also suffered heavy casualties. All the sect leaders and elders in the conference hall stayed in the formation to command. However, the ruins were really too big. Even if all the sect masters and elders moved out, they couldn't completely control the grand formation. Who is in charge of the defense in the southwest? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua suddenly asked. Green-robed Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, one is Shindao Sect's sect master Yunche. The other is Misty School's sect master Wuxia. However, both of them are at the edge of the southwest border. Moreover, there aren't many devils in the southwest border, so there aren't many troops stationed there. It's a diversion tactic again. Xiaohua sneered. The Devil Emperor is best at using these kinds of tricks. Green-robed Xiaohua said anxiously, should we inform the conference hall? I do want to inform, but the problem is whether the conference hall will believe it. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile, we'll just wait here. All right. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded and prepared to urge the invisible nascent soul to return to his lower dantian. However, at this moment he seemed to have thought of something and said, oh right, Wu Tian seems to have something to ask you. Go and ask him. Oh, what is it? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Green-robed Xiaohua shrugged and replied, how would I know? I asked him, but he didn't tell me at all. I understand. Xiaohua nodded and sent green-robed Xiaohua back. Then he brought Wu Tian out of the space. When Wu Tian saw Xiaohua, he immediately understood what happened. With a plop, he knelt in front of Xiaohua and kowtowed, Master? Oh? What's wrong? Xiaohua was surprised. He helped Wu Tian up and asked, Disciple, why are you bowing so respectfully for no reason? Forgive Disciple for being unworthy. Disciple has something to discuss with Master. Wu Tian stood up with a careful expression and replied in a low voice. Xiaohua really didn't understand what Wu Tian wanted to do. However, after hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. It turned out that Wu Tian wanted to stay in the ruins and earnestly asked Xiaohua to agree. However, when Xiaohua checked Wu Tian's cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. He already understood why Wu Tian wanted to stay in the ruins. When Wu Tian became Xiaohua's disciple, he was already a gold core stage cultivator. In the hidden Immortal continent, he could be considered a famous Dao cultivator. However, his basic cultivation method was wrong and he fell into the trap of a Confucian cultivator. Therefore, after he became Xiaohua's disciple, he personally taught him a cultivation method. After Xiaohua accepted Yuanya, Yu Zhongquan, Chang Yuan and the others, Wu Tian was still the disciple with the highest cultivation under Xiaohua. In the 6,000 years in the heavenly prison, whether it was Lu Yi, Yu Zhongquan, Fu Jiwen, or Yuanya, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Each of them had already surpassed Wu Tian and reached the high stage of the 6th grade of essence energy or even the 7th grade of essence energy. On the contrary, Wu Tian, who had the highest cultivation now, was only at the late stage of the void refinement realm, which was the high stage of the 6th grade of essence energy. This cultivation was already extraordinary in the hidden Immortal continent. However, compared to the other disciples under Xiaohua, Wu Tian was nothing. Of course, compared to the 6,000 years, the previous few hundred years were also nothing. Wu Tian's future achievements might not be worse than Lu Yi and the others. However, the higher the cultivation level, the more Wu Tian was alarmed. The reason for his alarm was not only that his progress couldn't be compared to his fellow disciples, but also that he found that his foundation could no longer support his great Tao. In other words, Wu Tian, who had touched a trace of the heavenly Tao, had a premonition that he couldn't pass the lightning tribulation and ascend to become an immortal. If Wu Tian was still in the hidden immortal continent, then Wu Tian had no choice but to walk step by step until the sky turned dark and hit a wall. But now Wu Tian was in the ruins, the edge of the upper realm, a place where he didn't need to pass the lightning tribulation to advance. Moreover, after fighting in the ruins for more than 10 years, Wu Tian also understood some of the cultivation methods of the cultivators of the ruins to cultivate the primordial spirit. This cultivation method was different from cultivating the nascent soul. Wu Tian could cultivate from the beginning without worrying about his foundation being unstable. With this choice, Wu Tian naturally had other thoughts. Seeing Xiao Hua staring at him without uttering a word, Wu Tian felt a little scared in his heart. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Master, disciple only now understands the reason why Master didn't use cultivation to determine seniority. Disciple's aptitude is far from being comparable to Lu Yi and the other junior brothers. Moreover, disciple has cultivated wrongly from the beginning. At this time, there is simply no way to turn back. Disciple staying in the ruins is an opportunity for myself and also an opportunity for the Fortune Gate. Disciple is still a branch of the Fortune Gate. Disciple is also willing to help Master spread his branches in the ruins." Chapter 4162. Of course. At this point, Wu Tian changed the topic and said respectfully, "If Master doesn't agree, disciple will not mention this matter in the future and will only focus on cultivation." Get up. How could Xiao Hua not know Wu Tian's thoughts? Every cultivator wanted to fight for a chance to cultivate under the ruthless heaven and earth, and Wu Tian was no exception. So Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Master doesn't blame you for having such thoughts. You have your own thoughts and want to stay in the ruins and create your own world. Master is more than happy. However, Master doesn't have the heart to leave you here without properly guiding your cultivation." "Thank you, Master." Wu Tian got up and said in shame, "Disciple has shamed Master. Actually, what you've said is nothing to me at all." Xiao Hua explained again. "First of all, Master has the Kunlun mirror. When Master ascends, if you feel that you can't pass the tribulation, you can follow Master to the immortal world. Disciple has already thought of this possibility." Wu Tian shook his head and said, "Disciple can't cultivate well in the hidden immortal continent. How can I cultivate better in the immortal world?" And secondly, Xiao Hua said again, "Master is proficient in Buddhist secret arts. I can let you reincarnate and cultivate again." Wu Tian was shocked, but after thinking for a while, he still shook his head. "If I reincarnate and cultivate again, will Wu Tian still be Wu Tian?" "All right." Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, "Finally, Master wants to tell you that the ruins is definitely not a paradise. What you see is only what you want to see. The mutual deception here is not any worse than the hidden immortal continent. Master, at least in this place, disciple is not afraid of being attacked by Confucian cultivators." Wu Tian argued. "Not only that." Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed to the sky. "The outcome of this battle with the devil race is still unknown. Maybe under the devil race's large-scale attack, the ruins will really become the ruins. Also, according to the news sent back by the disciples outside the ruins, a large-scale great desolate star storm has already appeared. Many of the moon god realm star regions will inevitably be involved, and the ruins is one of them. Even if the cultivators of the ruins manage to escape the claws of the devils, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for them to escape from the primeval starburst." Wu Tian naturally didn't know what a great desolate star storm was, but after seeing Xiao Hua's solemn expression, he wavered a little. However, after a short moment, Wu Tian firmly said, "Master, this disciple has already thought about it. How can there not be a life and death trial? How could there be no natural disasters? When I was on the Shenhua continent, I used divination techniques to check. Although my cultivation base is low, I can sense that I have not encountered any bloodshed in the short term." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Of course, he also thought of Yu Mingxin. The result of his divination for Yumingxin was not a bad omen. Now, after hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiaohua felt that the cultivators of the ruins must have had other opportunities and would not be wiped out. Disciple, it's fine if you want to leave. Xiaohua saw that Wu Tian had already made up his mind and didn't say anything more. He only urged him to stay. However, Master feels that you should wait until after this battle. If the devils win, Master can still take you and escape, but I'm afraid it's not easy to escape from the hands of the devils. Master, Wu Tian replied, people often say that when you are placed in a death trap, you will be reborn. This disciple is always under Master's wings. When can I soar alone in the sky? This disciple pleads Master to let this disciple leave now. Xiaohua looked at the determination in Wu Tian's eyes and seemed to see the brave Zhang Xiaohua from God knows how many years ago. He nodded and took out 2 spatial rings from his bosom and handed them to Wu Tian. Since you have already decided, then Master won't say anything. These are cultivation methods, medicinal pills, magic treasures, and other things. You can use them yourself, and you can also use them when you establish a sect for our fortune gate. Yes, this disciple understands. Wu Tian took them and put them away without looking at them carefully. This is the upper realm. I'm afraid it's not easy to cultivate a nascent soul. Master will give you a primordial spirit cultivation method as well as a nascent soul cultivation method. You can deal with them yourself. Xiaohua explained and stretched out a finger. In addition, Master has used the karma method several times and has also comprehended some things. I will pass it to you now. Master? Wu Tian couldn't help but cry. Although he was a 6,000 years old cultivator, he was still affected by Xiaohua's strong familial love. Xiaohua's finger flashed and touched Wu Tian's forehead. Wu Tian felt the whole world fall into his mind and then he fainted. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian's body that was lying on the ground and slowly trembling. An obscure fluctuation spread out from Wu Tian's forehead. Xiaohua knew that Wu Tian was absorbing what he had imparted to him. He sighed and raised his head. At this time, in the sky above Xiaohua's head, a fire snake rushed out from the protective formation. A cultivator wearing a battle armor stepped out from the fire. Wasn't that the heavy flow sex Huafei? Huafei's battle armor was a little damaged and there were black stains on it. It was obviously stained by the devil race. Huafei's hair was a little messy and his breathing was unstable. The protective light around his body was also different. When Huafei landed on the ground, he bowed and said, Tao Master Xiao, I am heavy flow sex Huafei. Xiaohua looked at him indifferently and cupped his hands casually. Tao Master Hu doesn't need to be so polite. We have already met on the transmission artifact. Indeed. Huafei laughed. When I learned that Tao Master Xiao killed the Eternal Peace Mountain's Devil King, I knew that Tao Master Xiao is an upright person. You are definitely not a devil race spy. Xiaohua was already stubborn. He looked at Huafei indifferently and said, Tao Master Hua, if you have something to say, say it directly. This Xiao doesn't understand beating around the bush. Huafei was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, previously, some of the sect masters in the meeting hall misunderstood Tao Master Xiao and the Fortune Gate's disciples. Now, this Hua is here to apologize on their behalf. The ruins is at the most critical moment. The survival of the ruins depends on this battle. I ask Tao Master and the Fortune Gate's disciples to fight and help the ruins human race defeat the devil race. Ta. Xiaohua spread his arms, stretched his body, yawned, rubbed his eyes, and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Hua, I just woke up and haven't washed my face yet. My mind is in a mess, so I don't quite understand what you're saying. Tao Master Hua, please turn back and wait for this Xiao to go back to sleep and wash my face. It won't be too late to explain to this Xiao then. Tao Master Xiao. Huafei smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaohua was lying in the air with his eyes closed and his mouth and nose started snoring. AI. Huafei sighed helplessly. He knew that the meeting hall's actions had hurt Xiaohua's heart. At this time, no matter what he said, he would only be humiliating himself. It was better not to say anything. Therefore Huafei sighed and rushed into the air. Then, a fire pillar fell from the flame high up in the sky and caught Hua Fei's body. As the fire pillar disappeared, Hua Fei's body disappeared. After more than 30 days, the black qi in the flame high up in the sky became thicker. The wisps of blood in the black qi became clearer and more bloody. This bloody smell was so deep in the flame that a kind of violent aura was gradually born in the whole world. From time to time, there would be some disharmonious things falling in this aura. It could be some magic treasures, spatial rings, battle armors, or even broken limbs. Of course, these things were nothing in the ruins now. Most of the things left behind were these things. However, through the realm protecting Grand Array, they could still exist after falling so high. The quality of these broken magic treasures must be extraordinary. There were also the corpses of the fallen cultivators. Naturally, they had been tempered. Just as Xiaohua was deep in thought, Wu Tian woke up. He stood up and knelt down for the third time. This time, he could no longer speak. His eyes were filled with tears as he kowtowed with all his strength. At this time, any words would be useless. No need to be so childish. Xiaohua helped him up and said, "You have become Master's disciple, but Master didn't give you much guidance. In the future, you will have to rely on yourself. It is normal for Master to do more for you. In the ruins, disciple will not tarnish Master's name. I will also make the Fortune Gate a big sect in the ruins." Wu Tian gritted his teeth and said word by word. Xiaohua nodded. "This is what you think. Master doesn't need you to bear anything. As long as you live well and cultivate well, it will be fine." With that, Xiaohua brought Fu Jiwen and the other disciples out of the space. When the disciples heard that Wu Tian wanted to stay, they were surprised, but they understood in a moment. Although they were reluctant after all, they had cultivated together for thousands of years. Thinking that Wu Tian's choice was extremely correct, everyone gave him their blessings and didn't blame him. After the disciples exchanged their tokens, Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi and the others and said with a smile, "The ruins is the upper realm. Whether it is the resources or the heaven and earth origin energy, it is much better than the hidden immortal continent. Especially, this is the cultivation world. There is no persecution of Confucian cultivators. It is most suitable for our Tao cultivators to cultivate. If any of you want to stay here, Master will not stop you. However, if you want to stay, you will have to pay a price. Your thousands of years of cultivation will turn into flowing water. Senior brother Wu has his own path, we have our own path." Fu Jiwen said with a smile. "Disciple is different from senior brother Wu Tian. Disciple is determined to follow Master. Master, please don't drive disciple away." Afterwards, Lu Yi and the others spoke up as well. They were younger than Wu Tian, and the disciples of Confucianism and Buddhism were obviously not suitable to stay in the ruins. Those who practiced Taoism had all started from the Qi refinement realm, so they did not have an unstable foundation like Wu Tian. Therefore, none of the disciples were willing to stay. Seeing that the other disciples weren't willing to stay, Wu Tian's face became a little hot. Xiaohua was very sharp and noticed it. He smiled and said, "Disciple, Fu Jiwen said it well. Everyone has their own path. Master didn't understand before, but now, Master wants to encourage you to stay. After Master ascends to the upper realm, maybe I will come to the ruins to look for you." Many thanks for Master's understanding. Wu Tian's heart was slightly relieved. Chapter 4163. Lu Yi and the other disciples chatted with Wu Tian for a while before reluctantly bidding farewell and returning to Shenhua continent. After all the disciples left, Xiaohua said to Wu Tian, "It's a war now, and there's no pure land in the entire ruins. Previously, I used divination to investigate, and the southwest of the ruins should be the key to the war. As long as it's not near the southwest border, the other places should be fine. Of course, the soaring Dragon Mountain range is an opportunity for some people, but for you, I don't know." Disciple understands. Wu Tian looked at the abandoned cave abode in the distance and said, "Then disciple will go to the cave abode that I used to cultivate in. It won't be too late to come out after the Taoist demon war is over." "All right." Xiaohua raised his hand and waved it slightly. His heart ached a little, just like when Little Black and Little Yellow left. Although Wu Tian didn't spend as much time with him as Little Black and Little Yellow, he was still his disciple's disciple. Xiao Hua, who liked to gather and not part, couldn't bear for him to leave like this. Disciple will go now. Wu Tian bit his lips and knelt down to kowtow a few more times. Only then did he move and hide in the cave abode in the distance after looking back several times. Sigh, this child. Green-robed Xiao Hua's voice sounded. It's a war now, and there's danger everywhere. Why didn't he hide in the space and leave after the war? He's afraid that after entering the space, the decision he made with great difficulty would change. Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. After all, when a person is used to an environment, it's difficult to leave. If he thinks about leaving again, I'm afraid he really won't leave. Then his ambition will be wiped clean. I think it's a good thing for him to stay in the ruins. After all, his cultivation foundation isn't stable, and he definitely won't be able to ascend to the immortal world in the end. However, the ruins are in danger now. Not to mention the devil race, there's also the chaos star storm. Neither of these are things that Wu Tian can handle by himself. Wu Tian is different from other disciples. Xiao Hua said, he's naturally sensitive and knows how to avoid danger. Moreover, his divination skills are quite good. If he feels that he can stay, then there's no big problem. Didn't I divine for Yu Mingxin before? Even with Yu Mingxin's cultivation, there wouldn't be any problems, let alone Wu Tian. Perhaps there will be an end to the Taoist demon war here, or perhaps the transmission channel from the ruins to the Taibai astral boundary can be repaired after the Taoist demon war. In short, the heavens are virtuous. When a door is closed, a window will be opened. Humph, here it comes again. While Xiao Hua was speaking, the green-robed Xiao Hua gave a cold snort. These cultivators from the discussion hall are really thick-skinned. So noisy. Xiao Hua didn't know what was going on, so he responded and looked up at the sky. At this time, two young cultivators wearing battle armor descended from the sky. They were the ones that Xiao Hua had seen in Yun Che's communication artifact. At that time, Yun Che had also introduced them. They were Zhang Jing of Yanhong Hall and Fei Cheng of Jingfei Mountain. The two of them had an extremely awkward expression on their faces. Although they saw Xiao Hua looking up at the sky from afar and ignoring the two of them had no choice but to go forward. When they flew in front of Xiao Hua, the two of them bowed and said, Taoist Xiao, we are Zhang Jing and Fei Cheng. We have specially come to apologize to Taoist Xiao. Unfortunately, when the two of them finished speaking, they didn't see Xiao Hua open his mouth, nor did they see any strength to help them up. The two of them stole a glance and saw that Xiao Hua's nostrils were facing the two of them. His black nostrils seemed to be mocking them. Taoist Xiao. The two of them felt helpless, but they didn't dare to straighten up. They still said, previously, the two of us were blinded by lard. We wanted to borrow Taoist Zhao's devil arts, to attack the fortune gate and take the opportunity to raise the prestige of our two sects. We even wanted to take the fortune gate's forces into our sects. We were really wrong. Although 100 deaths are nothing to be regretted, if it weren't for the fact that we were in a war and wanted to leave our bodies to deal with the devil race, we would definitely have declared our sincerity in front of Taoist Xiao. Today, outside the Realm Protection Grand Array, the 4 sects sect masters and over 10,000 spirit refinement and spirit return cultivators were killed by the devil monarch. And that mysterious devil monarch still hasn't appeared. Taoist Xiao, our cultivation is shallow, and it's difficult for us to be the devil monarch's opponent, let alone the devil formation's opponent. We hope that Taoist Xiao can take into account that we are all humans and help us ruins cultivators. After this battle, the two of us will definitely give up our positions as sect masters and leave the ruins, never to return. Zhang Jing and Fei Cheng had obviously thought about it long ago. They came to Xiao Hua and didn't shirk at all. They spoke frankly about their mistakes and even asked Xiao Hua to help them with the safety of the human race. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had just sent Wu Tian away and was in a bad mood. How could he listen to their long-winded words? Once again, Zhang Jing and Fei Cheng tried their best to talk to them. They bowed and talked for a full hour, but all they saw was 2 nostrils. They didn't even give them 2 white nuts. Helpless, The two of them could only retreat dejectedly. Granny, the green-robed Xiaohua shouted, these bullshit cultivators, if they knew this would happen, why did they do it in the first place? When they sent more than 10 teams to monitor my Fortune Gate's lightning boat, they weren't like this. Now that they can't defeat the devil race, they pretended to come here to repent. If apologies were useful, would there be any need for weapons? These two sect masters can be considered to be sincere in their apologies. The two of them bowed and apologized for a long time with their identities as Dao Transformation Realm cultivators. In the ruins, this is unbelievable. Of course, I don't know what they are thinking, but the situation is stronger than them. They have no choice but to lower their heads. Oh, could it be that their so-called self-abasement and leaving the ruins is also fake? Of course it's not fake. Xiaohua replied indifferently, these words are the price for us to take action. Even if we agree, the 100 sects in the discussion hall won't agree. Isn't Tanyu going to take the lead? Buddha Bodhi couldn't help but ask. The number of wandering souls dying in battle is increasing. The number of human cultivators can't be compared to the devil race. Nonsense. Xiaohua said unhappily, the ruins is about to be destroyed, but aren't we also killed by the devil emperor? How can we not take action? However, if you want us to take action, there must be a condition. We have been in the ruins for dozens of years, but we haven't seen any auction, nor have we seen any good treasures. The things that the incense cult gave us, we still have to return to them. We can't leave the ruins empty-handed, right? Namo Maitreya Buddha. Tanyu is too greedy. Bodhi smiled bitterly. Aren't the Eternal Peace Mountain and Snow/Gate in our hands? Didn't the Shindao sect master Yunche also give some? There are also some gifts from the 8 southwestern sects. These are already quite a lot. Little monk. Xiaohua replied, those are things that we should get. Our Fortune Gate disciples can't be bullied by them. If they don't show some sincerity, don't even think about making I take action. That's right. Dragon Vein Xiaohua also egged. Didn't you see that after several months of fighting, only the Devil Monarch has taken action? The Devil Emperor is nowhere to be seen. At this time, there is no need for us to take action. The main meeting hall wants our Fortune Gate disciples to take action. The protective green-robed Xiaohua said coldly, they have a good plan. Xiaohua sneered. Our Fortune Gate disciples have enough experience. There is no need for us to fight the devil race. If the main meeting hall is sincere, we can take part in the battle, but none of our disciples can come out. After saying that, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, carefully comprehending the benefits of using the karma technique. The ruins was the upper realm. The heavenly Tao rules here were different from the hidden immortal continent. Divine arts that directly connected to the great Tao like the karma method could only be unleashed here without any restrictions. The details within were all things that Xiaohua could use in his cultivation. If Xiaohua wanted to unleash the karma method in the hidden immortal continent, he had to comprehend these details thoroughly. Unknowingly, more than a month passed. The battle cries near the soaring Dragon Mountain range gradually disappeared, and the black chi between heaven and earth became thicker. Especially the flames that covered the sky, they became dimmer. Whether it was the devil chi or the blood-red light, they restrained the crimson flames. In this devil chi, vague figures of devils appeared. Human cultivators also appeared in the flames from time to time. It was very obvious that the boundary of the great Taoist devil war had been pushed into the realm protection formation by the devil race. The defense of the ruins was really at a critical point. Fellow Taoist. On this day, when the fierce wind between heaven and earth stopped, green-robed Xiaohua shouted, look who's here? Look who's here. At this point, I'm afraid your wishful thinking has been ruined, right? Xiaohua's eyes were still closed, but a bitter smile appeared on his face as he replied, this must be Mo Lianxi's idea. When this girl came, I had no choice but to take action. Of course. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed and said, fellow Taoist, you only saved her life that day. Then she sacrificed her lifespan to repay you. This karma has already been settled. However, later on she secretly fell in love with you. Even I was envious of your luck with women. However, looking at the situation of the fragrant cult, it wasn't just the result of her being influenced by what she heard and saw since she was young. It was also the result of Emo Lianxi's instigation, right? It's not just that. Xiaohua opened his eyes and explained, that moon beast was also a little strange. Its two fragments affected both I and her to a certain extent. As he spoke, more than 10 male and female cultivators flew over from the mountain range not far away. These cultivators looked a little miserable. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they all had injuries on their bodies. Especially the girl in front, the veil on her face was stained with blood, and her hair was a little messy. Wasn't she Yu Mingxin of the fragrant cult? Looking behind Yu Mingxin, Xiaohua saw Yu Changming, Misty School's Yang Haoya, and Shendao Sec's Wan Wuxin and the others. The 10 cultivators flew in front of Xiaohua and stopped respectfully. They bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Daoist Xiao." Xiaohua looked at the injuries on their bodies and his gaze fell on Yu Mingxin. He opened his mouth and said, "Miss Yu, you're making things difficult for me." Chapter 4164. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Yu Mingxin bit her lips, but she didn't get up. Instead, she lowered her head and said in a hoarse voice, "Junior knows this matter is a bit difficult for Senior Xiao. Previously, Senior led the Fortune Gate's disciples to kill the devil race for the Ruins cultivators, but in the end, the Ruins cultivators didn't believe Senior and even wanted to use some underhanded means against the Fortune Gate's disciples. Junior doesn't want to say any more apologetic words. What Junior wants to say is that the Ruins is now in imminent danger. The devil race doesn't dare to invade near the soaring Dragon Mountain range where Senior is, but in other places, the Great Barrier Array has been broken, and a large number of devil race have invaded the Ruins. They are building fortifications and occupying transmission arrays, preparing to completely annihilate the Ruins human race. Junior is a member of the human race, and also a cultivator of the Ruins. Junior's determination to protect the Ruins cannot be changed, just like how Junior sacrificed my essence to save Senior. Now, this Junior, along with Senior Apprentice Brother Chang Ming, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang Haoya, and Senior Apprentice Brother Huan Wuxin, have been ordered to go to a transmission array not too far away from here in order to ambush the patrolling demon race. Because we happened to pass by here, the sect master brought over some spatial rings and asked this Junior to give them to Senior. Although the sect master didn't say anything, this Junior understood what the sect master meant. This meaning, Senior should also understand. Therefore, Junior came to see Senior for the last time and bring these things to Senior. Saying this, Yu Mingxin took out some spatial rings and sent them to Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua looked at the spatial rings in the air, then looked at Yu Changming and the others behind Yu Mingxin and sighed, "You all are seriously injured, how can you ambush the devil race? It's more like you're going to throw away your life." "There's no other way." Yang Haoya smiled bitterly, "We are the human race of the Ruins, we have to worry about the life and death of the human race. If our deaths can be exchanged for the devil race's defeat, we are also willing. Ai, these are the pills this old man refined, take some for each of you." Xiaohua sighed and sent some pills to the disciples. Yu Mingxin and the others received the pills and bowed, "Many thanks Senior Xiao, Junior will take his leave." "Don't worry." Xiaohua lifted his hand and received the spatial ring. He said, "Miss Yu, you've already completed the task that Emo Lianxi gave you. What this old man wants to tell you is, if you want to live, don't leave the vicinity of the soaring Dragon Mountain range." "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. This Junior still has to carry out military orders." Yu Mingxin replied very stubbornly, "However, this Junior will be careful." Xiaohua still wanted to say something, but after hearing Yu Mingxin's words, he could only nod and say, "Just wait and go. If this old man can kill the Devil Emperor, you all won't have to die. Be careful." Yu Mingxin followed Yu Changming and the others and flew 100 zhang away. He turned his head and looked at Xiaohua's figure in the air. He couldn't help but send a message to Xiaohua. "Yes, I know." Xiaohua took a deep breath and lightning flashed all over his body. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the air. The faint sound of thunder rumbled towards the southwest. "TSK. Wan Wuxin smacked his lips and said enviously, Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation is becoming more and more unpredictable. I wonder when we'll be able to have such supernatural powers? Let's go and kill the devil race first. Yang Haoya couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. He said, only by driving away the devil race will we be able to cultivate in peace. Xiao Hua flew for a long time and then released his divine sense. He saw that in the skies above the southwest border, the flames were still as red as before. He didn't see any special devil chi or blood-red light. Even under this fiery red sky, there were very few devil race and humans fighting. It was as if the devil array had forgotten about this sad land. But the more it was like this, the more Xiao Hua's heart tightened. He was too familiar with the devil race's diversion tactic. If the devil race didn't have some tricks up their sleeves in the southwest border, how could they not attack here? At this time, Xiao Hua was a little surprised. He could see through the Devil Emperor's tricks. The cultivators of ruins had fought with the Devil Emperor for hundreds of years. How could they not see through it? However, in a moment, Xiao Hua laughed secretly again. He spent dozens of days of divination. The cultivators of the discussion hall didn't have this great supernatural power. How could they know to set up defenses in the southwest border? Damn it, I was a little impulsive earlier. Xiao Hua was quite regretful. I should have told Huafei about this. Now that I've come alone, I'm going to fight the 3 Devil Emperors alone. While speaking, Xiao Hua reached out and took out the ruins communication magic tool from the space. This was what the discussion hall had given to Sun Wu that day. He didn't have time to take it back later. Xiao Hua stopped and activated his magic power. He opened the communication magic tool. Light flashed, and a messy image of fire and blood appeared. At the same time, a cultivator with a pale face appeared in the mirror. This cultivator looked at Xiao Hua in bewilderment. Suddenly, he came to a realization and said in pleasant surprise, Taoist Master Xiao, is there something you need? The southwest border. Xiao Hua said concisely, that's the main point of the Devil Emperor's attack. You and the others increase the defenses here. Yes. That cultivator hurriedly responded, but then he said hesitantly, but, Taoist Master Xiao, I won't hide it from you. I and the others have received a lot of information. They've spread to almost every part of ruins. When we activated the realm-protecting Great Formation, we also sent out even more disciples. However, it's obvious that almost half of the information is fake. We've been lured away by the Devil Race's plan. Many places have been broken through by the Devil Race. Yes, I've already heard that the Devil Race has attacked ruins. However, this doesn't count for anything. As long as we kill the Devil Emperor, the Devil Race will definitely retreat. Xiao Hua said hurriedly, previously, this Xiao has already used a divine ability to divine. This southwest is the breakthrough point of the Devil Race's attack. I understand. That cultivator's spirit shook. He bowed and said, so Taoist Master Xiao was using a great divine ability earlier. We misunderstood. Taoist Master, please wait a moment. This one will pass the information down right now. After saying that, the light of the communication magic tool disappeared. Xiao Hua put away the magic tool and teleported to the front of the realm-protecting Great Formation. At this time, the flames of the Great Formation were heavy, burning the void until it was distorted. Waves of violent and disorderly aura drifted back and forth in the flames. Just as Xiao Hua approached, those countless flames seemed to have sensed something and rushed towards Xiao Hua's head. A kind of high temperature that could burn all things hit him in the face. Xiao Hua might not be afraid of this great formation, but he still retreated 300 meters and said loudly, I wonder which fellow Taoist is guarding this place? I Xiao Hua am here to help. Ha, Taoist Master Xiao, you really came. In the distance, a hearty laughter sounded. Then, a group of fireflies appeared in the flames and rushed over from the distance. At the place where the fireflies stopped, Yun Che's figure poked out of the flames. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He flew up and asked, how is the situation? Very good. Yun Che said with a smile. The Devil Emperor was beaten to a pulp by the Fortune Gate at the southwest border. They are extremely afraid. This time, they actually avoided the important matters and dared not to waste too much of their forces here. Therefore, I also have a rare moment of leisure. How could it be so simple? Xiaohua said cautiously. The Devil Emperor is the best at creating a diversion. This Xiao feels that the southwest border is the Devil Emperor's true focus. Yun Che was a little dumbfounded. He hurriedly asked in a low voice, could it be that Taoist master thinks that thing is here? Is the fire and earth magnetic field something that your Shindao sect wants? Xiaohua did not dare to hide and asked directly. Yun Che shook his head. There is a fire and earth magnetic field under Mount Yong'an, this Yun knows. This thing is useful to Mount Yong'an, but it is useless to my Shindao sect. Xiaohua did not want to explain and said, this Xiao obtained it through divination. This Xiao has already informed the conference hall. They will probably send reinforcements very soon. Yun Che's eyes lit up when he heard this. He gave out orders and said in surprise, Taoist master really surprises this Yun. The divine ability of the Moon God Palace's priests is actually something that Taoist master can understand. This is really inconceivable. After giving out orders, Yun Che took out a cloud-shaped crystal plate and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, Taoist master, wear this on your body and you will be able to freely enter and exit the Great Formation. But Xiaohua took the crystal plate. Just as he put it on his body, the crystal plate immediately produced fiery threads that wrapped around Xiaohua's body. At the same time, sparks also scattered from the Great Formation. These sparks were different from the flames from before. They were filled with a kind of gentleness. When the sparks and the fiery threads merged together, a feeling of perfect harmony was born from Xiaohua's perception. It was as if the entire Great Formation had become one with him. Fellow Taoist. A curtain of fire also appeared around Yun Che's body and covered Yun Che's body. He slowly flew into the Great Formation. Yun Che opened his mouth and said, please follow this Yun into the formation. First, familiarize yourself with the Great Formation. This Yun will discuss with fellow Taoist how to protect it. But Xiaohua nodded. He moved his body and slowly merged into the Great Formation. That comfortable feeling surrounded his body. Just like what Xiaohua saw when he passed through the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, the Great Formation of the world of ruins was divided into many layers. The formation of each layer was very different. There were many treasures embedded in each layer that were like the stars in the sky. They acted as the eye of the formation and provided the formation with the vital energy of heaven and earth and the necessary means of attack. There were even many cultivators hidden in specific places on each layer. They activated the formation to defend or attack according to the command of the person guarding the formation. Although Xiaohua's cultivation was at the Great Ascension stage, it was still wishful thinking for him to break through the Great Formation from the front. After looking at the Great Formation situation, Xiaohua and Yun Che discussed a little more about how to defend this place against the crazy attacks of the Devil Monarch. The two of them moved again and flew out of the Great Formation. Before they could fly out, they heard the faint sounds of fighting, rumbling, and the frightening cries of devil beasts. The devil race must be attacking, Xiaohua thought as he increased his speed. However, just as Xiaohua escaped the flames of the Great Formation, before he could even release his divine sense to investigate anything, a feeling of extreme fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 4165. Damn it! Xiaohua's expression changed. This familiar fear made him see the crisis in front of him, and it also made him suddenly understand a lot. The Demon Emperor is too cunning. No wonder they only sent the Demon Monarch to participate in the war with the cultivators of the ruins over the past few months. They didn't show up at all. It turns out that it's not that they disdain to fight with Tao transformation cultivators. It's that they're worried about the murder devil saber in my hand. They've been lying in ambush here for several months, waiting for me to show up here. They'll kill me in one fell swoop and work together to obtain the murder devil saber. They'll eliminate the last obstacle to attacking the ruins. But Xiaohua was a little confused again. How did they know that I would definitely come to the southwest? If I didn't know the art of divination and knew that the southwest border was a dangerous place, they would have rushed to the southwest. That's why they hurriedly rushed to the southwest. Wouldn't that mean that they were waiting for nothing? Alas, success is due to divination, and failure is also due to divination. Xiaohua seemed to have understood something, just like Jiuxia's expression when he saw Xiaohua take out the grain seed in Million Mountain Meng. His appearance here was both a cause and an effect. It was impossible to say clearly what the cause and effect was. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's figure did not hesitate to escape toward the realm-protecting Great Array. Unfortunately, a burst of crazy sobbing sound came out of nowhere. Just below Xiaohua, in the realm-protecting Great Array, thousands of thumb-sized bubbles suddenly appeared in the layers of crimson flames. These bubbles instantly burst, and wisps of flickering silver-black devil light rushed out from within. As soon as these devil light flashed, they immediately disappeared into the void. Above Xiaohua's head, millions of silver-black light spots appeared in the devil formation that looked like a monster pressing down. As these light spots flickered, Xiaohua felt that the entire space had an indescribable fluctuation. Sure enough, when Xiaohua's figure fell into the realm-protecting Great Array, an extremely thin layer of restriction blocked his figure. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed and scanned with his divine sense, but he saw that this strange restriction did not block his divine sense. Moreover, Xiaohua's magic power and other things did not change in this space. At this time, Xiaohua's heart calmed down a bit. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua felt relieved, huge black lightning bolts whistled from the surroundings of the demonic array, covering several tens of thousands of kilometers of space. Amidst these lightning bolts, 3 huge demonic figures came out of the demonic array, holding demonic artifacts. Right in front of Xiaohua was the first Devil Emperor he had met. At this moment, the Devil Emperor was vastly different from before. His head was like a star, flashing with a jewel-like brilliance. Several black holes were flowing with filthy blood and flashing black light. They looked like the 7 apertures of a human. From the black light, one could see a hint of mockery and arrogance. Above the huge demonic body, waves of silver-black demonic chi condensed into demonic seals. These demonic seals were flowing with blood-red demonic patterns. The demonic patterns overflowed around the Devil Emperor's body, and from time to time, cracks identical to the demonic patterns would appear in the void. Sparkling blood-red threads would seep out from the cracks and fall into the demonic patterns. Apart from demonic seals, the Devil Emperor's demonic body was also covered in blood flames formed by the demonic blood mixed with demonic flames. These blood flames were also divided into different regions, and within each region, there were blood demons of different shapes. The blood demons of the same region were not biting and devouring each other, but the blood demons of different regions were also devouring each other with their blood flames. There were 3 demonic arms formed from white bones around the Devil Emperor's body. One of the demonic arms was empty, while the other 2 were holding 2 huge demonic hammers. They were also flashing with a strange blood-red light, indicating that they were different from other demonic artifacts. At first glance, these demonic hammers were several hundred meters in size. When they were swung, the surrounding void would rapidly tremble. The demonic hammers were covered with skeletal patterns, and there were also traces of demonic patterns between the skeletal patterns. The demonic patterns on the 2 demonic hammers were somewhat different. One of the demonic patterns revealed the shape of a huge mountain ridge, and an incomparably vigorous aura was emitted from the demonic hammer. The other demonic pattern revealed endless strange thunderbolts. These thunderbolts were formed by the demonic heads, and they were incomparably strange and solemn as they were emitted from the fine patterns. The 2 demonic hammers were like demonic artifacts, but at the same time, they were not. Clearly, they were here to deal with the demonic saber murder. Not only that, the empty demonic arm of the Devil Emperor was silver-black in color, which was different from the previous demonic arms. The Devil Emperor's lower body had several mountain-like legs. At this moment, the legs of the Devil Emperor produced pitch-black thunderbolts. These thunderbolts were different from Xiaohua's lightning arts, and they were filled with berserk violence. Looking at the other 2 Devil Emperors, they were the 2 Devil Emperors that Xiaohua had met in the Misty School of Pingjiang. However, at this moment, the 2 Devil Emperors were also different from before. Both of them were 100,000 feet tall. One of the Devil Emperors was covered in a demonic armor. The armor was silver-gray in color, and there were tens of millions of demonic spots condensed on it. The demonic spots emitted sizzling sounds, and layers of black chi corroded the void. The pair of demonic wings on the back of this devil emperor was also 100,000 feet long. There were no feathers on the wings, and instead, they were filled with bone spikes. Between the bone spikes, there were howling, wandering souls. As the demonic wings flapped, dense demonic chi would spread in the air, and heart-wrenching cries would be emitted from the demonic wings. What made Xiaohua dizzy the most was the demonic horn on the forehead of this devil emperor. This horn was incomparably black, and when his gaze landed on it, he couldn't see its specific shape. It was either in the shape of a sword spike or a pagoda. Occasionally, he could even see the image of a Buddha Lord on the horn. The demonic arm of the devil emperor that stretched out from the demonic armor was also emitting dense demonic chi. It was holding a huge demonic spear. This demonic spear was different from the other demonic weapons. It was grayish-white in color, and its entire body seemed to be refined by several huge bone dragons. Several white bones intertwined together, and at the tip of the spear, it transformed into a huge dragon head. In addition to the grayish-white brilliance, there was also a faint black chi. This black chi came from the dragon horn of the dragon head. This black chi was different from the black chi around the devil emperor. It had a kind of sacred and strange feeling. The dragon horn was naturally the tip of the demonic spear. As the demonic arm of the devil emperor waved, dark red demonic patterns appeared on the surface of the demonic spear. The demonic patterns overflowed, and a mysterious aura rushed into the dragon horn of the bone dragon. As for the other devil emperor, he was no longer a headless celestial being. Now, he was 100,000 feet tall bone bird. This bone bird spread its wings, and tens of thousands of feet of black chi rushed out from the white bones, covering the entire space. Between the 100 zhang long bones of the bone bird, numerous pitch-black thunderbolts that were even thicker than a child's arm were flickering with each other. An aura of an ancient desolate overlord was emitted from these white bones that were still alive even though they were dead. It mixed with the devilish nature of the devilish aura, forming a devilish wave that filled the sky, surging and pouncing towards Xiaohua. In the bones of the bone bird that were covered with demonic patterns, there was an extremely faint golden light flowing. Golden-winged great ping bone bird? Xiaohua was the one who paid the most attention to this strange zombie race. Seeing the might of this bone bird and the fear of its natural enemy coming from the dragon vein, Xiaohua immediately came to a realization. His heart tightened and he cried out in his heart, "Not good, these 3 demon emperors came prepared. Holy shit, they haven't just been recuperating for the past decade or so, they've been looking for a way to kill me. Even if all of my avatars come out now, I'm afraid I won't be a match for them." Xiaohua turned his head to look at Yunche while he was pondering. However, he saw that the distant Yunche's face was also pale. He had been guarding this great formation all this time, but he never thought that the Devil Monarch had secretly set up a trap at some point in time. He really didn't know where to put his face. "Yunche." Xiaohua looked at Yunche indifferently and asked, "What's going on? Don't you want to give me a reason?" Yunche smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Spiritual Master Xiao, what reason do I have to give you?" As he spoke, Yunche looked at the sky full of thunderbolts. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead. Streams of heaven and earth origin energy turned into tornadoes and rushed into his body. His entire body seemed to inflate like a balloon, and a 5-colored shadow of a primordial spirit flickered in his body like a candle. Rumble! Without waiting for Yunche's nascent spirit image to form, Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and several seals directly turned into thousands of thunderbolts that fell into the void. Huge thunderclaps came from high up in the sky, and layers of tree-shaped thunderbolts soared into the sky like a jade wave. Those jade waves were filled with faint clouds, and it looked as if they were not inferior to the black thunderbolts that fell from the devil formation. Sure enough, the black thunderbolts collided with Xiaohua's thunderbolts in the space of tens of thousands of kilometers. An earth-shaking explosion was born between the 2 kinds of thunderbolts. That black thunderbolt suddenly rolled back, but it only rushed up 100 meters before it fell back down with a loud bang. Although Xiaohua was thin and weak, he had an extremely tall figure. Then, he suddenly raised his hands. The domain that covered his body instantly expanded, and the entire domain was filled with popping sounds. The void within 10,000 kilometers was boiling. Immediately, the thunderbolts that were suppressed by the Devil Formation's thunderbolts roared crazily again. 2 layers of thunderbolts rolled in the void as if the sky was collapsing. The void thousands of meters away whimpered, and the black and white brilliance were like small snakes. Between the light and the darkness, all the lightning was swallowed by the void, leaving only a layer of chaotic void cracks that were at least 3,000 meters wide that were either expanding, twisting, or slowly mending. Looking at Xiaohua again, his face was somewhat pale. Obviously, the domain that he had just used to resist the Devil Formation and the 3 great Devil Emperors was somewhat beyond his ability. Although Yun Che had somewhat overestimated Xiaohua's divine ability, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Xiaohua's boundless magic power. However, he only hesitated for a moment. His nascent spirit image didn't stop, and it continued to fly toward the spatial cracks in the sky. Fellow Taoist Yun. Seeing that the 3 Devil Emperors were about to come, Xiaohua shouted in shock. Go and inform Lu Wuxia and the other fellow Taoists. These 3 Devil Emperors are backed by a Devil Formation, and we are definitely not their match if we fight them alone. We must rely on the Great Realm Barrier Formation to resist them. Yun Che hesitated for a moment and looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. Then, a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes, and he instantly flew toward Lu Wuxia's direction. Chapter 4166. When Xiaohua saw that Yun Che had left, he looked at the Devil Formation in the distance that looked like dark clouds pressing down on his head. He also looked at the seemingly endless fire formation beneath his feet. After that, his gaze fell on the countless pillars of blood in the air, and the human cultivators and devils fighting each other inside the flames around the pillars of blood. Xiaohua retracted his gaze, thought for a moment, and took out the Kunlun mirror. In the flickering light, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, Devil Spirit Xiaohua, Green-Robed Xiaohua, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua, Buddha Bodhi, and Sun Tian flew out. As soon as the avatars appeared, they immediately understood Xiaohua's thoughts. Dragon Vein Xiaohua dodged the golden-winged Great Peng Bone Bird and pounced on the first Devil Emperor with Buddha Bodhi and Bone Tempering Xiaohua. He shouted, Wuma Devil Emperor, come and report your name. I will fight you. Ha! You are just a few avatars, yet you are so arrogant. The Demon Emperor revealed the origin of Dragon Vein Xiaohua and waved his devil hammer. Although his pillar-like body was already close to the spatial fault filled with spatial cracks, he still laughed loudly and said, I am the Emperor of the Horned Armored Race. Who are you waiting for? I am a Deva, Monk Bodhi. The 3 avatars were not surprised. Each of them grew to 10,000 feet in size and pounced on the spatial fault. Dragon Vein Xiaohua left, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, the green-robed Xiaohua, and the demonic spirit Xiaohua exchanged a glance, and they too rushed toward the second demonic spear-wielding Demon Emperor. They shouted, Demon Emperor Wu Na, come and report your name. This humble Taoist will fight with you. Ha! I am the Dragon Armor Race's Emperor Ho. The winged Devil Emperor was the same size. The devil horn on his forehead flashed at the same time as the devil horn on his devil spear. The Devil Emperor waved his devil spear and instantly pierced a hole in the void that was thousands of feet long. His body flashed across the void as he shouted arrogantly, Who are you? Little Xing Wenchu. Confucian Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. The other 2 beside him shouted, This is thunder and slaughter. We will send you to the afterlife. Afterlife? Huang Jin was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions. He flapped his wings, and a layer of faint black gas mixed with blood-red light covered the sky. A demonic blood realm was like a fishing net, trying to control the 3 doppelgangers. The soul cultivator Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the golden-winged giant pengbone bird, whose aura was oppressive. Green light flashed in his eyes, and indescribable waves of energy spread out from his body. At the same time, his body suddenly expanded, and he shouted, Demon Emperor, Could it be that you only know how to borrow the shells of other races? Do you have your own name? I am Huang Qi of the zombie race. The demon emperor's voice was sharp like a bird's chirp. This emperor only needs to kill you. I don't care what body I'm using. Then, Huang Xin glanced at Dragon Vein Xiaohua and sneered, If you are not afraid, why don't you dare to fight with this emperor? Such a cowardly person, why are you talking to me about borrowing? Ha! Fellow Taoist dragon bloodline, there's no need to fight. Soul cultivator Xiaohua shouted. I, the shaman, and fellow Taoist Phoenix Parasol can kill you. Ha! Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth? Huang Xian laughed even harder. Do you know what it means to boast shamelessly? With just the two of you, how can you be a match for this emperor? What if I join you? Sun Jian didn't quite understand at first, but after Xiaohua's voice transmission, he understood the situation in front of him. Brandishing his three-pointed, double-edged sword, he flew to Xiaohua's side and coldly said. At this time, his primordial spirit doppelganger had already been deployed. The light golden 10,000-meter-long doppelganger was draped in battle armor, and a surge of righteous and upright Confucian aura emanated from it, causing Huang Xiuan's heart to tremble. Die! Phoenix Parasol Xiaohua's eyes flashed with cold light, and the power of the stars and moon around him was activated, forming an armor of stars and moon around his body, firmly protecting his body. At the same time, his tens of thousands of meter-long wings spread out with an aura that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. As he waved his wings, countless waves of air surged and ferociously pounced on Huang Xian's golden-winged giant pengbone bird. His sharp phoenix claws were pressed tightly against the bird's abdomen, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing Phoenix Parasol move, Xiaohua's body flickered as well. Millions upon millions of soul strands streaked across the sky, forming a complete soul cultivator Xiaohua near the fault in space. At the same time, Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a series of earth-shattering sounds of heaven and earth came out of his mouth. Then the entire space shook, and the essence of heaven and earth flowed out of a mysterious location and into the enormous green seal script, emitting an indescribable power of heaven and earth. Kachacha! Layers of three corpses in lightning emerged from the fault in space, forming a new fortress that pounced on Demon Emperor Xin. At this moment, the Demon Emperor Chui had already leaped across space and entered the spatial fault. The spatial crack that could tear an ordinary cultivator into pieces was instantly swept away by the Demon Emperor Chui's bony wings. Moreover, the moment the Demon Emperor Chui charged through the spatial fault, pitch-black thunderbolts appeared all over its body. Rumble! Continuous roars rang out as fist-sized thunderbolts fell like raindrops, smashing into the lightning waves of the three corpses in lightning. When the pitch-black thunderbolts came into contact with the jade-green lightning waves, it was like an ink brush falling into a jade pool, instantly dyeing the pool black. Moreover, the two different types of thunderbolts tore open the space within 1,000 miles once again, causing gusts of air and waves that had nowhere to go to spread out in all directions. Kacha! Amidst the waves of thunderbolts, Feng Wu's body soared into the sky, passing through the lightning. She flapped her wings, and the baleful wind sealed the space within 1,000 miles. However, the space within 1,000 miles was unable to contain Feng Wu's unparalleled demonic power. PFFF, 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 PFFF. A series of explosions sounded out as she pounced on Demon Emperor Si. Kacha! Demon Emperor Siuen's golden-winged great rock let out a raspy bird cry as it swooped down with its wings. There were no ripples, and demon chi filled the air within 1,000 miles. Moreover, when the great rock's wings pounced into the baleful wind, white bones rushed out of the demon chi like waves and pierced into every ruptured space. Hiss 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 hiss. A series of strange noises sounded out. Before the noises stopped, the golden-winged great rock had already collided with Feng Wu. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out, and the light within 1,000 miles shook and flickered. Everything became distorted and unreal. Amidst the distortion, Feng Wu's huge body was sent flying by Demon Emperor Siun. Kacha! Feng Wu let out a sorrowful cry. At the moment of impact, Feng Wu's star moon armor was torn apart by Demon Emperor Siyuan's bony claws. Her chest was also torn into a bloody mess. Her demonic body that had been refined for 10,000 years was still unable to withstand the ferocity of the golden-winged great roc. Not only that, Feng Wu's wings were also covered in wounds. Demon Emperor Siyuan's wings had turned into tens of millions of bone swords when he fought. Although Feng Wu's wings were equally powerful, she was still at a disadvantage. However, the golden-winged great roc's bony body was also flipped upside down by Feng Wu's attack. Its chest was crushed by Feng Wu's claws, and a pitch-black demon chi flowed out of the huge hole. It had to be said that Demon Emperor Siyuan's plan was absolutely successful. The golden-winged great roc, he found this time, was far beyond the reach of the heavenly phoenix. Bzzz. Just as Demon Emperor Siyuan's body was tumbling in the air, another loud screech came from behind him. Demon Emperor Siyuan was shocked. His bony bird head abruptly turned around, and those pitch-black eyes of his flickered with a scarlet color. He saw that the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, who was still high up in the sky, had unknowingly teleported behind him. The hundreds of green seal characters in the sky emitted a bewitching green light. These green seal characters shattered and reformed, transforming into a huge soul sword amidst the cries of gods and ghosts. The sword aura pierced through the sky and landed behind his head. The soul sword was like a mirage, both real and illusory. The edges of the soul sword crackled with dark green lightning. Demon Emperor Siyuan didn't dare to be careless. Numerous beams of blood-red light shot out from his skull, and a ghost head shield appeared. Devilish runes covered the ghost head, and pitch-black lightning crackled between the runes. Pooh! The soul sword fell, and the ghost head barrier immediately turned to dust. The sword force was like a rainbow as it landed on the Demon Emperor Qiong's bones. Shua! Like the wind blowing snow, although the bones did not change, the blood astral body and devil flame immediately rushed out from the dark cracks in the bones. The blood astral body and devil flame were shattered by the soul sword and scattered into the air. The Demon Emperor Qiong's bones twitched rapidly in the air as if it had been severely injured. Delighted, Xiaohua blurted out another mouthful of green seal text. However, it was at this point that Sun Jian's voice suddenly rang out. "Be careful, fellow Taoist." Golden light flashed as the three-pointed, double-edged saber slashed through the air toward Devil Emperor Qiong. Golden light flashed, and a pillar of energy shot out from within it. Soul cultivator Xiaohua was shocked. His body flashed, but just as he was about to move, tens of millions of bone swords appeared out of thin air like a folding fan. Each bone sword flashed with a blue luster. Hundreds of bone swords pierced into Xiaohua's 10,000 zhang tall avatar. Damn it! Xiaohua's face fell. He waved his hand, and a jade-green brush appeared in midair. Swish, swish, swish. The brush swish, swish. As it waved, the bone swords began to glow with a faint green light. Thick life force began to spread throughout the bone swords like poison. Ha! The ancient shamans are nothing more than this. The Demon Emperor Siyuan laughed heartily. Devil energy began to surge from the bone swords, and they began to choke off the sprouts. Unfortunately, the power of life and death was such that 30% of the bone swords couldn't withstand it, and they crumbled into dust. Woo! As the Demon Emperor Siyuan blocked Xiaohua's attack, he reached out with his other bone claw. This bone claw was different from the other, and its edges were tinged with faint golden threads. Clang! The three-pointed, two-edged blade was sent flying away from the bone claw, and although Sun Jian had sent tens of thousands of beams of energy at him, he couldn't stop the Demon Emperor Siyuan's attack. As the three-pointed, two-edged blade flew away, and Sun Jian's body shot up into the air. Chapter 4167. In just a few moments, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Sun Jian besieged Demon Emperor Qi but failed to kill him. Instead, Demon Emperor Qi was at a disadvantage. The Demon Emperor of the Demon World was as strong as Wen Chu, who was at the 9th level of origin energy. If Demon Emperor Qi was so hard to defeat, then Demon Emperor Qi was even harder to defeat. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua dodged the golden-winged Great Pengbone Bird and pounced towards the Demon Emperor Ho. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua mumbled something and cast the heavenly dragon speech technique. Waves of heaven and earth yuan qi condensed into crystal threads and stubbornly rushed out from the void sealed by the demonic array. Then, they condensed into strange dragon patterns that covered 1,000 miles around. Then, the 9-colored dragon horns on dragon bloodline Xiao Hua's forehead emitted a mesmerizing halo. It was like a bugle horn that was raised to charge. The dragon patterns that covered 1,000 miles around were like thousands of soldiers and horses, releasing dragon roars as they pounced towards the demon Emperor Ho. The 1,000-li-long dragon marks were like a torrential river. Each dragon mark contained a great amount of power. If they were in a normal place, they could destroy a mountain. However, Demon Emperor Qi didn't seem to panic when he saw the dragon marks rushing over. He opened his bloody mouth and a river of blood flowed like a waterfall towards the dragon marks. However, the river of blood couldn't compare to the dragon marks. At first contact, blood splashed everywhere and the army was utterly defeated. This is interesting. Watch this emperor's method. Demon Emperor Qi's voice sounded like he was sobbing. Then, his demonic arm that wasn't holding the demonic hammer waved in the air. The silver-black light on his demonic arm flickered slightly as if it was breathing. Then, strange fluctuations appeared in the void. With these fluctuations, the power of the river of blood changed drastically. Every strand of blood gave birth to a demonic head. This demonic head was different from the previous demonic heads. Not only was it emitting a silver-black light, but it also had pitch-black lightning in its mouth. The previous demonic heads that were easily killed by the dragon marks now pounced on the dragon marks crazily and opened their mouths to devour the dragon marks. When the dragon marks entered the demonic head's body, the demonic head's body suddenly expanded. It actually turned into a demonic head with a dragon body. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua turned pale with fright, and the rhythm of the heavenly dragon speech technique increased. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon marks that were swallowed into the devil heads exploded one after another, and the remaining dragon marks suddenly cracked open, and millions of cracks connected together, and slashed towards the devil Emperor Qi. These cracks were not the same as a horned dragon, but were comparable to a horned dragon. Wherever they went, all the devil heads were swept clean, and even the blood devil heads that were emitting a silver-black light were annihilated in just a moment. Seeing how powerful the splitting dragon marks were, Demon Emperor Qi's body suddenly moved. It was still that silver-black demonic arm. But it slapped the void. With a crisp sound, demonic marks rushed out of the void. These demonic marks let out a thunderous roar. Then a large area of the void cracked. Everything within a range of hundreds to thousands of miles was shattered into pieces. Another huge explosion sounded. The space fragments and the void cracks collided. See? Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Demon Emperor Qi's demonic arm in disbelief. This demonic arm's divine ability was really far from the divine ability of the demonic race that he had imagined. Boom! While Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua was still in shock, a bronze figure appeared on his left hand. A strong aura of desolation rushed out, and bone-tempering Xiao Hua broke through the air. Bone-tempering Xiao Hua also had a body of 10,000 zhang, but bone-tempering Xiao Hua looked more majestic than the other doppelgangers. As his huge palm moved, thousands of spatial cracks appeared, and the light and shadow within several li turned into shadows and fell into the bronze hand. Woo! The wind from the fist streaked across the sky, making a strange whistling sound. At this time, a demonic pillar coincidentally appeared from the void, and seemed to be about to break into the protective formation below bone-tempering Xiao Hua. However, the moment this demonic pillar touched bone-tempering Xiao Hua's fist, the seemingly invisible demonic pillar was instantly swept away. The devils and demons inside didn't even have time to cry out before they were killed, leaving no trace behind. After killing the demons, bone-tempering Xiao Hua's fist didn't stop at all. It still rushed towards Demon Emperor Qi faster than a meteor. Good timing. I have been waiting for this attack for a long time. Demon Emperor Qi was so heroic that he didn't seem like a demon. He roared and waved his arms. One of the demonic hammers also whimpered and struck out. What was special was that Demon Emperor Qi's demonic arm was not only overflowing with blood and demonic qi, but also surging with dark demonic patterns. The mountain-like shape on the demonic hammer actually flew out and suspended outside the demonic hammer. Although the demonic hammer wasn't big, the area covered by the demonic patterns was huge. The demonic hammer carried the mountain-like flowing light and quickly rushed in front of bone-tempering Xiao Hua's fist. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Just the sound wave alone opened up the space within 1,000 miles. A series of spatial cracks appeared once again. Bone-tempering Xiao Hua's whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning. Golden light flashed in the bronze color of his whole body, and then his whole body was hit and sent flying. "Grandma!" Bone-tempering Xiao Hua shouted in a muffled voice, "Without the wishful staff, I am at a disadvantage." Although bone-tempering Xiao Hua complained about the wishful staff, he knew in his heart that the 5 elements wishful heavenly staff at this time was not the real wishful staff. If his Dharma body was about 1,000 feet, then the wishful staff could be used. Now that he had a Dharma body of 10,000 feet, the wishful staff in his hand looked slender and somewhat inadequate. In particular, Demon Emperor Qi's demonic hammer was also used to deal with the Devil Blade murder. A replica of an ancient artifact like the wishful staff may not be its opponent. However, while bone-tempering Xiao Hua's figure was tumbling in midair, his big hand flashed and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha, and his 8-foot golden body also stepped out of the void not far away. At this time, Buddha Bodhi's whole body flashed with golden light, but within the golden light, there was no angel and the image of the heavenly dragon. Even the heavenly flowers and Sanskrit sounds were vague and could not be heard clearly. If it was not for the demonic array suppressing these visions, then it was because the moon god realm had blocked the power of faith of the Buddhist nation. The Demon Emperor Qi's body clearly trembled when he heard Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist name. A red light flashed in his pitch-black eyes. The demonic hammer that was originally aimed at the bone-honing Xiao Hua and the demonic bone that was inserted into the dragon vein was hurriedly withdrawn. The 2 demonic hammers swayed and smashed towards Buddha Bodhi. In addition to the first demonic hammer that gave birth to the power of a mountain, the other demonic hammer also sprinkled a trace of dark demonic energy. In this demonic energy, thousands of demonic patterns appeared out of thin air, and a pitch-black thunderbolt rushed out of the demonic patterns, surging and rushing towards the 1,000 miles of space where Buddha Bodhi was. When this thunderbolt came out, not only was the nearby space sealed, Buddha Bodhi's body also tensed up. The power of the space's imprisonment was heavier than a mountain, and the tide of mind power in his body was firmly trapped in the thunderous sound of the thunderbolt. However, Buddha Bodhi did not panic in the slightest. His hands formed a seal, and he muttered, "Buddha is not Buddha, devil is not devil. Both Buddha and devil are done by humans. Whether one is Buddha or devil depends on the heart. Humans are not humans, gods are not gods. Humans and gods are cultivated by humans. Whether one is a human or a god depends on karma." After he finished speaking, the red lotus karmic fire appeared in the Buddhist seal on his hands. This karmic fire burned wildly in the demonic array, and as Buddha Bodhi pushed it with difficulty, the karmic fire turned into a scarlet lotus, and with the power of karma, rushed towards the pitch-black thunderbolts that filled the sky. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! When Demon Emperor Qi saw the red lotus karmic fire, he could not help but be shocked, and he cursed angrily 3 times in a row. Although he was the demon emperor of the demon race, he was also afraid of karma. He had never thought that Buddha Bodhi would suddenly use such a move on him. It was really beyond his expectations. Demon Emperor Qi cursed in his heart, and the silver-black demonic arm had no choice but to reach out again. However, wherever the red lotus of karmic fire went, all the demon Qi disappeared. There were no howls, no screams, and all the demons were cleansed. Even under the power of karma, half of the mountains and thunderbolts on the demonic hammer were destroyed. It was also at this moment that Devil Emperor Qi's demonic arm fell into the void and appeared right in front of the red lotus. With a poof, the demonic arm plunged into the red lotus. Amidst the rumbling, thousands of eerie white bones grew out of the red lotus. Although each of the white bones was quickly reduced to ashes by the karmic fire, the white bones surged out crazily and covered the entire red lotus in no time. The entire red lotus instantly expanded. Boom! With a loud sound, the red lotus of karmic fire was shattered by the demonic arm, and it turned into karmic fire and dissipated in the air. The demon emperor's 2 demonic hammers did not slow down, and they were still rushing toward Buddha Bodhi. Buddha Bodhi's eyes were filled with compassion, and he slowly raised his right hand, and in a flash he pointed at the air. At this point, the Buddha's light that soared into the sky was like a brilliant sunrise, and the demon chi within 1,000 miles disappeared in an instant. Moreover, the demonic runes on the 2 demonic hammers were also pierced by the Buddha's light, and countless demons were born, and their eyes were pierced by the Buddha's light, and they howled crazily. Not to mention these low-level devils, even Devil Emperor Chi was injured by Buddha Bodhi's finger. Blood instantly flowed out of his black eye sockets, and the blood stains all over his body were also filled with anguished wails. He cursed, "Damn it!" Then, he quickly put away his twin hammers and wanted to be respectful again. However, at this moment, on the other side of his body, a golden light flashed, and a huge dragon tail slashed through the void and pounced on his back. It was Dragon Vein Xiao Hua who had seen the opportunity and was going to kill him with the most fatal blow. The 5 avatars and Sun Jian surrounded Huang Qi of the Qiujia race and Huang Qi of the zombie race, but they did not have an absolute advantage. They were even forced into a disadvantageous position by the 2 demon emperors who came prepared. Looking at the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua, and the demon spirit Xiao Hua who attacked first, they were also in a passive position. Their opponent was Demon Emperor Qi of the Mayfly race. Earlier, Demon Emperor Qi was injured by Xiao Hua's demonic saber, and now that he saw the demon spirit Xiao Hua flying into the sky and transforming into a huge demonic body, he could not help but be shocked. Of course, facing demon spirit Xiao Hua whose demonic body was clearly weaker than his, Demon Emperor Qi had an innate feeling of superiority. He waved his demonic spear and urged his wings to break through the void. The black chi mixed with the bloody light enveloped the void. It enveloped the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. Chapter 4168. Seeing such devilish energy, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua sneered and opened his mouth. Woo! 5-colored sword light soared into the sky, and his right hand flashed with the aura of the 3 flowers as he raised his hand. Buzz buzz. The sword light condensed in Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's hand, and then Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua fiercely waved it. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and the all-encompassing black energy and bloody light were split in half by this glaring sword light. Moreover, the awe-inspiring energy within the sword light did not stop. It surged in all directions, and wherever it went, all the demonic energy and blood-red light turned into green smoke and disappeared. At this time, Devil Emperor Qi was not as shocked as when he was injured by the devil blade. He spread his wings again, and the bone dragon spear in his devil arm flashed with a pitch-black brilliance. With a hoarse dragon roar, bloody light gushed out of the devil arm, and the bone dragon spear soared into the sky. Like several huge dragons, the white bones were like waves, and the indescribable dragon energy was like lightning, fiercely stabbing towards Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Dragon, no matter in which realm, was synonymous with a kind of powerhouse. Hidden Immortal continent was like this, and Moon God realm was also like this. Even if it was the bones of a fallen dragon, when used at this time, it would make the powerhouses of the 3 realms bow their heads. The indescribable aura of the bone dragon forced the distant dragon vein Xiao Hua to tremble all over. Clearly, this aura was of a higher level than the dragon domain. Not only that, the tip of the bone dragon spear was a dragon horn with 3 bodies and 1 dragon bone. There was a dot of pitch black on it, and it seemed to give off a fluctuation that did not exist in the moon god realm. Any light that fell into this spear tip would not be able to escape. Almost silently, the bone dragon spear passed through space, and instantly stabbed towards Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's face. The blood-red devil patterns also annihilated the righteous energy that filled the sky at the same time. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was shocked, and the flying sword in his hand hurriedly slashed back. Just as the golden light streaked across the sky and was about to fall on the devil's spear suddenly trembled, and the entire bone dragon strangely shrank back. With a loud dang, the dragon horn actually touched Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's flying sword. It had to be said that Devil Emperor Qi's fighting prowess far surpassed that of Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. The timing of this spear strike was incomparably precise. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua's flying sword was completely incapable of withstanding the devil spear's attack. A boom rang out, and the flying sword shattered into tiny fragments that floated down into the air. Immediately after, the bone dragon spear displayed its might once more. It passed by the flying sword-shattering firefly and suddenly pierced into the face of the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Even someone as strong as the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua had fear in his eyes when he faced the remnant might of the nameless ancient bone dragon. That awe-inspiring and fearless aura had already disappeared in the face of strength. Puff! At this critical moment, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua opened his mouth and 9 small cauldrons flew out with a rumbling sound. A vast aura of destiny that seemed to be the prosperity of the entire human race appeared and blocked in front of the dragon spear. In just a short moment, the tip of the dragon spear emitted a black light that could destroy Providence. Once again, it broke through the 9 cauldrons' encirclement. Swish! The 9 cauldrons barely gave Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua a chance to survive. At this moment, the faint sound of a blade's edge resounded. The black light that swept through the entire horizon struck towards Devil Emperor Qi's back at lightning speed. Devil Spirit Xiao Hua, who had been accumulating power all this time, had finally made his move. Devil Blade Murder was indeed extraordinary. Wherever the blade light passed, the entire space seemed to be split into 2 halves. An aura that was even more bloody than the demonic array swept out. Ha! Devil Emperor Qi seemed to have been waiting for Devil Spirit Xiao Hua to make his move. Seeing the devil blade coming towards him, he laughed heartily. The devil spear in his hand suddenly paused, and the tail of the spear swept out like a dragon's tail. Several huge bone dragon phantoms emerged from the tail of the spear and blocked the devil blade like a peacock spreading its tail. Puff, puff, puff. Without any suspense, the several phantoms were instantly split into 2 halves by the devil blade. However, at the same time that the devil blade broke the devil's spear, the white bones of the bone dragon phantoms actually blocked the devil blade's blade. Woo! At the same time that the devil blade was stuck, Devil Emperor Qi's devil body flapped its wings. The devil spear actually borrowed the power of the devil blade and suddenly turned around. The tip of the spear that was previously thrusting towards Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua strangely twisted and reversed, piercing through the void towards Devil Spirit Xiao Hua's arm that was holding the devil blade. Seeing that the devil spear was mixed with a powerful draconic aura, enveloping the space within several hundred li, Devil Spirit Xiao Hua also turned his blade, and a surge of devil energy mixed with devil flames rushed towards the devil spear. However, Devil Emperor Qi had already been calculating. Seeing Devil Spirit Xiao Hua's devil blade coming towards him, he simply didn't dodge. The devil spear's momentum didn't stop. King! With a loud sound, the 2 devil weapons collided. In the area where Devil Emperor Qi was located, devil energy gushed out like a flood. The incomparably sharp draconic aura was actually split into 2 halves by Devil Blade Murder. On the white bone dragon spear, half of the bone dragon spine was also cut off. Devil Blade Murder, Devil Blade Murder. Devil Emperor Qi didn't seem to be flustered by the fact that his devil spear was damaged. His mouth muttered, and his entire body suddenly swooped down. The devil horn on his forehead emitted a strange fluctuation, enveloping Devil Spirit Xiao Hua. Devil Emperor Qi came from the devil world, but this devil world wasn't the devil world that Zhang Qingxiao mentioned. Devil Emperor Qi's origin was naturally much higher than Devil Spirit Xiao Hua's. The fluctuation emitted by Devil Emperor Qi's devil horn was like the pressure of a Taoist cultivator. The moment it was released, it immediately forced Devil Spirit Xiao Hua's entire body to tremble. Even his 10,000 zhang tall devil body showed signs of collapsing under the fluctuation. For devil spirit Xiaohua was also very tenacious. After reaching this realm, he roared, and a bloody light surged around his body. The blood-dripping paradise tenaciously overflowed on the surface of his body. That devil blade also recklessly chopped towards Devil Emperor Qi. Looking at devil spirit Xiaohua, who was almost on the verge of death, Devil Emperor Qi swept a glance at Xiaohua, who was still standing in the distance and not in a hurry to make a move. His devil wings suddenly fluttered, and his figure transcended space. In an instant, he rushed in front of devil spirit Xiaohua, completely ignoring the fact that the devil blade was chopping towards his back. Clearly, Devil Emperor Qi intended to give up some of his devil body to obtain the devil blade murder. However, at this moment, the green-robed Xiaohua, who had not made a move until now, suddenly formed a hand seal with both hands. Several seals that had been accumulating power for a long time suddenly struck the void. Several chi-thick crystal lights crazily rushed in and instantly disappeared. Looking at the location of Devil Emperor Qi's devil horn, Kacha, a sound similar to a mirror shattering rang out. The several hundred li of space around Devil Spirit Xiaohua shattered in a few breaths of time. Devil Spirit Xiaohua's devil body also turned into hundreds of millions of fragments. This Devil Emperor Qi was shocked. He looked at the shattered space with some disbelief. He looked at the fragments of Devil Spirit Xiaohua that were overflowing with Devil Qi, and even the fragments of the Devil Blade. Just as Devil Emperor Qi was stunned, above his head, a five-colored light beam suddenly fell down. It was the invisible nascent soul that was holding the Kunlun mirror. The appearance of this Kunlun mirror's light beam was too strange. Devil Emperor Qi did not notice it at all. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Thousands of Devil Qi and Devil Flames dissipated in the light beam, and a huge vortex was born under the light beam. The light beam directly penetrated Devil Emperor Qi's devil armor, hit the devil heart, and penetrated Devil Emperor Qi's devil body. Oh! Devil Emperor Qi cried out in pain. The devil spear in his hand suddenly rose up, like a dragon in the sky, piercing towards the light beam. Haha! Xiaohua's voice came from the invisible nascent soul. Immediately, the light beam disappeared, and the invisible nascent soul had teleported into Xiaohua's body that was standing in midair. Xiaohua's figure began to move. Damn it, damn it! Devil Emperor Qi seemed to understand something and looked at Xiaohua with extreme resentment. However, before he could withdraw his devil spear, whoosh! Another golden light flashed in midair. The Tengjiao shears flew out from the green-robed Xiaohua's hand and cut one of Devil Emperor Qi's devil wings. Ka-ka-ka! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Thousands of white bone fragments flew out from the devil wings, and countless Devil Qi scattered in midair. Oh! Devil Emperor Qi cried out. He always thought that he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand, and that his calculations were very appropriate. However, he began to ignore Xiaohua's scheming and underestimated Xiaohua's courage. Only now did he understand that from the beginning, he was the first person that Xiaohua wanted to kill. It was also when Devil Emperor Qi was regretting that Devil Spirit Xiaohua's figure appeared beside green-robed Xiaohua like a light shadow. The luck and fear on his face did not seem to be fake. Green-robed Xiaohua had been comprehending cultivation techniques on the Shenhua continent, and he knew many secret techniques. When he saw that Devil Spirit Xiaohua was in danger, he used the Shadow Shift secret technique to save Devil Spirit Xiaohua from Devil Emperor Qi's attack. At the same time, it created an opportunity for the formless nascent soul to attack. Kill! Before Devil Spirit Xiaohua could say anything, green-robed Xiaohua shouted coldly and raised the Tengjiao shears again, swinging the dragon tail and pouncing towards Devil Emperor Qi. Devil Spirit Xiaohua was even more obedient and did not think about anything. He waved his left hand, and the devil saber was raised again. Together with the Tengjiao shears, he slashed towards Devil Emperor Qi. As for Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, who was injured by Devil Emperor Qi, he pointed his finger at the 9 cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons appeared again, and their brilliance and true Qi merged into one. It was like a huge hidden immortal continent, and it pounced towards Devil Emperor Qi. Cha-cha! When Devil Emperor Qi was about to deal with it, a thunderous sound came from below him. Devil Emperor Qi looked down and saw Xiaohua transforming into a 10,000 feet long golden body, stepping on lightning and pouncing towards him. Devil Emperor Qi's soul flew out of the sky, and he desperately waved his devil spear. At the same time, the devil world on his forehead emitted a powerful fluctuation. He suddenly retreated and even roared, "Brother Devil, save me." Along with Devil Emperor Qi's shout, the devil array above everyone's head let out a huge roar, and a series of devil pillars suddenly appeared around Devil Emperor Qi. It seemed to be preventing Xiaohua's doppelgangers from attacking Devil Emperor Qi. However, before the devil pillars were completely formed, Xiaohua, who was flying towards Devil Emperor Qi, suddenly swayed and strangely disappeared. A moment later, he reappeared beside Devil Emperor Qi. At this time, Devil Emperor Qi was injured by soul cultivator Xiaohua. His golden claws cracked Sun Jian's three-pointed, double-edged sword. Phoenix body Xiaohua desperately used his wings, which were flashing with nebulous scales, to block the attack. The golden-winged Great Peng's wings grabbed Devil Emperor Qi's chest with his phoenix claws. Behind Phoenix body Xiaohua, Yun Che of the Shindao sect and Lu Wuxia of the Misty School had arrived before Xiaohua. Each of them activated their magical treasures and attacked Devil Emperor Qi from the left and right sides.